With a final struggle, both Yuta and Bakugo tumbled out of the ring. The crowd erupted, half of them on the edge of their seats, eagerly awaiting the result. Some believed it was a tie. Others held their breath for the official ruling. Even the announcer hesitated, waiting for the slow-motion replay to determine the winner. A tie in a final round wouldn't sit well with anyone. Yuta, still dazed from the impact, winced as a sharp headache pulsed through his skull. The last traces of alcohol finally left his system, a price for being too relaxed before the finals. Bakugo, still fuming, was hot on his tail, blasting explosions in frustration. Damn it, this fight is already over, and I can use my powers now. Should I just blow him away? Yuta clenched his fists but hesitated. If the system screwed him over on his reward because of this, all his hard work would be for nothing. So instead of retaliating, he swallowed his anger and kept dodging Bakugo's relentless blasts. And the winner is... The stadium fell silent as the announcers finished reviewing the footage. Present mixed voice boomed through the speakers. All right, folks, the wait is over. The final results of the UA Sports Festival have been determined. The crowd hushed, anticipation filling the air. After thorough replay analysis and a decision by the judges, the winner has been chosen. Yuta could barely keep his patience in check. Just announced the damn result already. For a moment, the pause stretched on, so long that Yuta was sure he could have activated One for All, run a lap around the entire stadium, slap Present Mic for making them wait, and still made it back in time. And then, the winner is Yuta. The stadium erupted into cheers. Yuta exhaled a breath of relief, sinking back down onto the ground. But his victory wasn't the only thing on his mind. Because just as the announcement was made, the system notification popped up. Quest rewards and a hidden surprise. Major quest completed. Main quest. Quirk doesn't make the hero. Part 2. Reward. One for all increased from 15% to 25%. Hidden quest completed. Quest. Win every round of the sports festival. Reward. Navy 6 styles. Note. The host must learn the techniques manually. Yuta's eyes widened in shock. No freaking way. He expected his one for all limit to increase, but Navy 6 styles. That's a major quest-level reward. Sure, he'd have to train to master it, but that didn't matter. With One for All, those techniques would be lethal. He could already see himself moonwalking through the air and vanishing in an instant with Toru. So cool. Victory ceremony and Bakugo's breakdown. Yuta was escorted off the field, giving the pro heroes time to repair the battlefield, which, unsurprisingly, Bakugo was responsible for destroying. He wanted to sneak off to his green room and start experimenting with 6 styles and One for All, but then, all top 3 participants, please report for the medal ceremony. Yuta groaned internally. Can I just skip this? Unfortunately, the one escorting him was Aizawa, and there was no escaping Eraserhead. All Might's grand entrance and property damage. I am here. All Might's booming voice echoed across the stadium. Standing atop the arena roof, he leaped down with his signature heroic pose and immediately smashed the recently repaired platform beneath him. Physics, unfortunately, didn't care about anime logic. Seriously, who the hell told him to jump from 5 stories high? Yuta thought. All Might, unfazed by the destruction, held up the bronze medal and walked toward Todoroki. Young Todoroki, you have done exceptionally well today. Take pride in what you've achieved. Todoroki took the medal, his expression unreadable, but Yuta could tell he was still deep in thought, probably reflecting on what Izuku said during their fight. Bakugo, the unwilling second place. Next was Bakugo. All Might grinned, completely ignoring the fact that Bakugo was tied up like a rabid animal. Young Bakugo, as lively as ever. Here, take your medal. Bakugo struggled furiously, his face red with rage. As soon as All Might removed the tape from his mouth, Bakugo exploded. Get lost, All Might. I don't need that stupid medal. Then his eyes locked onto Yuta. And you, fight me again. Stop messing around and use your damn quirk. You think you won just because of some technicality. BAS. All Might efficiently silenced him by shoving the silver medal directly into his mouth. Yuta's reward and Aizawa's advice. Finally, it was Yuta's turn. All Might approached with the gold medal, giving him a knowing smile. Young Yuta, you have done exceptionally well in this tournament. He hesitated for a moment, then continued. But I have to ask, why didn't you use your quirk against young Bakugo? Yuta shrugged. I have my reasons. All Might chuckled, but his expression turned serious. My only advice to you is this: don't hold back. Even in a tournament, it's important to push yourself to your limits. And when facing villains, hesitation could cost you everything. Use your power to its fullest, so long as you're not inflicting permanent harm. Yuta nodded. I understand, All Might. Thanks for the advice. But inside, he was gritting his teeth. You think I want to hold back? This damn system is the one making me jump through hoops for every power-up. For a brief moment, he imagined himself as a young master from a cultivation novel, screaming in frustration at the heavens. But of course he kept his cool. For now, as soon as the sports festival ended, most students were still celebrating, talking about the fights, or heading home. Yuta? He vanished. While his classmates looked for him to congratulate him, Yuta had already bolted from the stadium, heading straight for an open training ground, one that wasn't monitored by cameras or crowded with people. He needed privacy, because right now, nothing else mattered. Not his victory, not the internships he was sure to be offered, not even the applause from the crowd. There was only one thing on his mind: mastering the 6 styles. The first attempt, Toru. Standing in an empty field, Yuta activated One for All, full cowling at 5%. Before anything else, he had to test whether his body could handle these techniques at all. If I can't even use basic Toru, there's no point thinking about the others. Taking a deep breath, he focused. Toru. He stomped his feet rapidly, trying to achieve the legendary 10 steps in under a second. The result? He face-planted into the dirt. A crater formed beneath him from the sheer misuse of force, and he groaned in pain as he lifted himself up, rubbing his aching head. Damn, this is harder than I thought. The problem wasn't power, it was control. Each step had to be precisely timed, and the force applied needed to be consistent. Otherwise, well, this would keep happening, pushing to 10%. All right, if 5% isn't enough, let's try 10%. Yuta cranked up One for All and took a stance again. If he could at least get one technique down before internships, it would be worth it. And if I'm lucky, I might even get 2. Shave and Moonwalk are pretty similar. With a new sense of determination, he resumed his relentless training. 2 days of isolation. For the next 48 hours, Yuta did nothing but train. His muscles screamed in protest. His body ached from exhaustion, but he didn't stop. He ignored the sports festival's final days. He ignored his friends' calls and texts. He ignored everything, except a single text from All Might. Why? Because if he didn't reply, the school might send someone to check on him, and the last thing he needed was someone interrupting his progress. So, with a simple lie, he covered his absence. Ate something bad at the festival. Stomach's a mess. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. And just like that, he bought himself more time. Returned to UA. After 3 days of brutal training, Yuta finally stood before UA High once again. Like usual, he was running late. Instead of walking through the gate, he jumped over the school wall, making a straight dash to the classroom. He barely stepped inside when... Silence. The entire class stopped talking, their eyes locked onto him like he was a villain who had just stormed their classroom. Yuta blinked. What the hell? And then, Yuta, you're finally here. What happened to you? All Might said you were sick. Dude, you missed so much. The last 2 days of the festival were insane. Bastard, fight me right now. This time, use your full power. A barrage of voices came at him from all sides. For a moment, he considered turning around and leaving. But his bad luck struck again, because standing right behind him was Aizawa. Glad to see you finally decided to show up, problem child, Aizawa muttered, his deadpan voice laced with sarcasm. Now take your seat. Class is starting. With a firm push, Yuta was forced into the room, and his escape plan was ruined. Aizawa's announcement. Class began as usual, but midway through, one of his classmates leaned over and whispered, "Where the hell were you, man?" Yuta sighed. Stomach issues. The classmate frowned, clearly not buying it. But before they could pry further, Aizawa spoke up. "Before we continue, there's a change to your schedule." The class tilted their heads in confusion. "The next class will be different from usual. You'll know once your next teacher arrives. Behave." With that, Aizawa walked out. The room erupted into murmurs. "Different class? What does that mean? Wait, do we have a new teacher? Maybe it's something special because of the sports festival?" Before they could speculate any further, the door swung open. A familiar figure stepped inside, her presence immediately filling the room with authority. A confident smirk, a revealing bodysuit, that unmistakable dominance. Yuta felt his eyebrow twitch. Whoa. Looks like today's going to be fun," she purred. It was the R-rated hero, Midnight.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
As the students of Class 1 eagerly awaited their next lesson, Midnight, the pro hero, came just after their homeroom teacher left. She made a dramatic entrance. With a sly smile, she announced that it was finally time for the students to choose their hero names. Excitement filled the classroom as the students were happy, many because they were finally getting to choose their hero name, while many just because of the arrival of the hot teacher. After the cheers which rang inside the classroom finally slowed down, Yuta removed his hands from his ears. Why do children make so much noise? Yuta couldn't help but complain to himself. He sometimes felt like an old man. Even the entrance of the R-rated hero Midnight was nothing exciting for him. In fact, nowadays there was only one thing which he was interested in: getting stronger. The only thing in his mind nowadays was the Navy SIG style. He quickly wanted to master all the techniques, or rather at least master all the techniques which seemed like a part of his own quirk and not another quirk. Yuta, what are you still thinking? You don't even react when Professor Midnight enters the class. What are you thinking all the time? Kirishima was the one who said this. Yuta smiled after hearing this and quickly said, "Nothing, just thinking about the stock market. It seems like worth investing right now." Slap. An invisible hand suddenly slapped at the back of his head, and the voice came. "At least put more effort if you plan to lie," Toru said while giggling. Yeah. Now, please focus on finding a name for your hero career. You know, the one which is going to stick with you all your life." Yuta said with a roll of his eyes while still not giving any reaction, but then suddenly he paused. He right now has Sharingan, right? Can he see Toru if he uses Sharingan? He ponders over the situation. Now that this sudden realization came to him, he just can't shake it out. Why didn't he try it out earlier? Yuta questioned himself. He immediately wanted to open his Sharingan and look at her, but he stopped himself. It's hard to find him using Sharingan on a big ground when he was wearing contact lenses. Right now, in this small room without his contacts, he didn't want to use his Sharingan. Although many of his over-the-top cautious thoughts could be nothing more, but him being paranoid, still he'd rather not leave a loose end behind which gives others suspicion that he is hiding something, or even worse, working with the villains. So with much hesitation, Yuta stops his head from moving and opening his Sharingan. Soon the class started with choosing their hero names. Students brainstormed and debated the perfect hero names. Some scribbled furiously in notebooks, while others exchanged ideas with their classmates, each one eager to find the name that resonated most with their aspirations and ideals. Yuta, on the other hand, was pondering over his own hero name. He thought of many, but none actually represented what he can do, his personality, or his goals. There are thousands of names in his mind, but nothing actually felt like something he wanted to use. He could take a name from another anime or movie, but that too didn't seem to make too much sense. His own abilities are quite dynamic and ever-changing, adding more and more, while he himself doesn't have any preferred way of dealing with any particular situation. But that is not the biggest deal here. The biggest thing is that he himself doesn't want to be a hero. He is only here because he chose the hero path, arguably the safest of the two options he got at the start, and thus most of his own powers are related to being a hero. The second is simple. He doesn't have to be a lamb to be slaughtered anytime soon. This world, just like most of the anime, respects power, and without power one will die. No question asked. And this is the reason why Yuta had to continue to be a hero. Just that he himself have zero hero qualities. Sighing, he just shook his head with a little pang of disappointment. He remembers how he always wanted to be a hero when he was small, but reality of the life beat all that nonsense out of him when he grew up. He wasn't that old either. Mid-teens at best. Yuta, what name are you planning on deciding? Toru sitting beside him. A change in the sitting arrangement done by Zawa. After seeing how Bakugo constantly aimed for Yuta, he has to change their seats. So now Bakugo is sitting closer to Izuku, and Toru replaced that place. Maybe done not just because of Bakugo, but for Yuta, as well as he himself only talk with very few people. Maybe Yue is also playing the same game as Hiruzen Sarutobi plays in Konoha, giving a man enough bonds in the villains that he is even ready to sacrifice his own life for the greater good. I am not sure, Yuta replies with an offhanded comment. He was actually feeling a little down seeing how he barely talked with 3 people in the entire class. That, of course, would be Kirishima, Toru, and Izuku. I need to give some time to public relations as well. Yuta added another pending task in his imaginary to-do list, just like authors and readers who have said the same thing themselves while detaching from reality by making sure that they will do someone or else in due time. Sigh, sad reality. Fuck what I am doing. I finally have a new change in life, and I am once again falling back to my bad old habits. No, I will not, Yuta almost shouted in his mind. Although a minute ago, he wasn't even thinking about his social life, just under a minute he remembered his reality once again and decided to change it. From now on, I will be a change man. There will be nothing which will stop me. Yuta gritted his teeth. This sentence somehow sounded way too much familiar to him. What's wrong? Why this sounds so familiar? Could it be that I have said something like this before? Suddenly, the clenched fist in Yuta's hands started to discharge a little blue lightning. A sigh of him using OFA. He fell into a greater bit of self-doubt. Can he really do it? Fuck. I will fucking do it. And it start with now? Toru. Yuta snapped his head at the invisible girl. Ah, yes. Yuta refrained from speaking loudly, but there was an unknown intensity in his voice which almost startled Toru. Will you go out with me? Yuta immediately said with as much passion and spirit as much as he muster. Only after saying this, he realized that he should have asked for a date first. Idiot. Toru took her time to process the info, but when it fit in her mind what Yuta said, a huge blush appeared on her face. What? Why so sud? Suddenly, Toru spoke with hesitation. Only by the voice he could say that the girl was blushing. Now he couldn't help but open his Sharingan. Doesn't matter if Yue labels me as a villain. It's worth it if I get to see the cute face, Yuta said with much drama in his voice. After all, it doesn't mean Yue will straight away label him as a villain, even if they found that he has this Sharingan, which by all means is just another quirk to them. Let alone, they will find out. And of course, they have no idea whether the girl was cute or not, but he was just hoping so, because the girl's voice sure was. As his Sharingan spins, his eyes widen. Maybe the god heard his prayer after all. Toru, after hearing Yuta's sudden question, snapped back to her desk. Thanks to Yuta's controlling his voice and Toru being so close to him, only she heard what he said. Partially the reason why no one was paying attention, even the usual noisy Kirishima included, was the presence of midnight. Yuta doesn't think that there is any explanation as needed. Not knowing what the girl was thinking, Yuta prepared himself for the first rejection of his life. That was his philosophy, after all. Try it, but don't expect much. But still, he right now really wanted a quirk or power similar to mind reading. He could only imagine the uses of that kind of OP power. Alas, his system is more interested in giving him more combat-related powers and goofy tricks at best. Shaking his head, while glancing at the beautiful girl in the side eye, his Sharingan was surprisingly able to see the girl. Yuta smiled. These boys have no idea what they're missing out on. Though asking her out was a surge of the decision, I wouldn't mind following through with the idea. She really is a nice person and has a cheerful personality. The maybe icing on the cake that she is freaking cute and beautiful. Not like sexy much, but more like adorable. But that's ain't the biggest merit here at all. The biggest merit has to be him being the only one being able to see the girl. A smile spread across his face when he realized what he could do when the girl went hero mode. Well, more like going commando. But, hee. All right, control yourself. There's no way I can tell her suddenly that I can see her. That will cause problems on multiple levels. Maybe I will tell her if our relationship works out in the end. Shaking his head, Yuta covers his face with both of his hands, realizing that he is daydreaming. The girl clearly hadn't even accepted his casual date offer, and here he was planning his future with her. Baka, idiot. Focus on things which are more important right now. Yuta muttered to himself, and to calm himself down, he took a long breath and then let it out slowly. Back to finding a name for himself. Soon Midnight calls others to announce their hero names in front of the entire classroom. She was even helping others to make minor adjustments to make them better. Starting from Bakugo, who had a ridiculous name for himself and got rejected immediately by Midnight, to Izuku, who chose his iconic hero name Deku. The class had a lively environment, and soon it was Yuta's turn. He finally came up with a name after he pulled his mind out of the gutter. It was surprising how much the name he chose represented him. It was right in front of him, but he didn't see it. Yuta, it's your turn. Please come and announce it. Midnight walked up to Yuta in her usual sensual way while wearing that extra-tight hero uniform of hers. Yuta intentionally didn't look at her and only fixed his own eyes on hers. It's better not to think about naughty things just before he was about to announce his hero name. Yuta said. He quickly stood up and slowly moved toward the front of the class. Avoiding Midnight, he took the chalk in his hand and started to write his hero name in both English and Japanese on the board before turning back to the audience. In this case, his classmates. I am Dynamic, the casual hero, Yuta said with a smile. A reader suggested this name. Sorry, I don't remember your name, but I really like it, so here you go, buddy. Yuta has decided on a hero path for himself, a part which will represent himself. He wished to follow what Saitama did, but in his own fashion. For him, right now, the only way to get stronger is to follow the hero path according to the system. So he will do that, but in his own way. Mostly doing things which he felt like it while amassing multiple powers through the system by completing quests. He planned to do hero work for fun and not much out of some sort of righteous reason. Dynamic, huh? That got a ring to it. And it kind of suits you with that strange way of doing things of yours. I like it. Midnight show thumbs up while his other classmates cheer for him. This marks a start for him. Though he still did not plan to become a hero, he wanted to get stronger. Strong enough that nothing can cause him any kind of trouble to him. That was his goal for the time being. After eating something while also trying to stop Toru, but failing spectacularly, Yuta dejectedly went back to the class. Usually, the hero class takes place only after the general studies and goes well past even 4 p.m. if a particular subject demands that. Today was one of those days, as by the end of the class, instead of letting the poor kids out in freedom, the teachers decided to hold them captive for another half an hour. Only half an hour later, when Aizawa came to the class, the students realized why they were holding back for this long. Here are all the internship forms delivered to you all, Aizawa said, as all the students entered their class after another day of toil, only to see a bunch of papers stacked up in their respective seats. But unlike usual, not everyone had many papers, some had more than the usual. Yuta noticed that he was the only one with the highest number of papers on his desk. He too knew why. This was an important part of their hero journey. Being able to work under a pro hero could be very enlightening, but that might be for others. For Yuta, who hardly planned to be a typical hero, he just didn't want to bother with this. Is there an option to not take this internship and get the free time of quiet and peace with my PlayStation? Aizawa-sensei, Yuta, with the earlier act of daring still fueling him, totally unbothered with others, giving him a strange look to him. No, Aizawa said with much professional attitude. This was so seamless that Yuta even pondered whether someone has ever asked him a question like that. But if you don't plan to take any of the internships, then you will by default work with our own hero staff here in UA, Aizawa saw through the plans of Yuta and some lazy assess in the class. Pouting Yuta just went back to his stack of paper, reaching all the names of the pro heroes and pondering who to choose as an internship teacher. It's not like he knew many of them either. He ain't Izuku. But thanks to the paper having much information about the pro hero themselves and what kind of agency they run, Yuta had an easier time. While flipping through the names, he saw a name which he wasn't actually expecting here in this list. Sir Nighteye. Yuta narrows his eyes, not knowing why that emo bastard suddenly sent him an internship request. He by instinct just wanted to put the paper down as if he wasn't even considering going there. But he calms himself down. There is one thing which he has always told himself. Nothing in this world is completely black and white. Everything falls in the somewhat gray area. So with that in mind, Yuta ponder on the advantages and disadvantages of both choosing Nighteye. The downside is pretty evident. That guy can see the future. Someone like him is a bane for a reincarnator like him. Even though it's future, many of his past, present, and even future actions are based on his knowledge of the anime. That guy learning about any of this is a red alert. But there's also an upside, just not that evident. He already knows that although he didn't plan to play hero all the time in the future, he wasn't planning to be the villain at all. So this might also reduce some of the other hero and UA's vigilance towards him if Nighteye sees that. I gotta think about it. Yuta wondered and put that paper on the side, making sure that it was separated from all the other papers. Many of the students choose the agency they want to go to pretty quickly, but Yuta and a few more were still confused. Good thing that they had time to submit these forms. By the time Yuta was leaving UA, he finally heard a sound, the girl he had been looking for some time. Toru. Yuta immediately perk up. Sorry, I was just too much taken aback at your sudden, Toru said with a little huffing as she ran all the way from the main gate to the end of the road. Yes, sorry, I just said it out loud as soon as that came into my mind. Yuta laughed with a little embarrassment. Yuta wanted to ask for an answer, any answer like a yes or a no. Not knowing the answer for him is worse than getting a rejection. But he held his mouth from opening and decided that it was enough daring for one day. So about that, Toru finally said as both of them were standing there without knowing what to do. Yeah, Yuta replied, not showing what to say. Are you okay with? You know you can't even see me. The last part of the sentence was nothing more than a whisper. Yuta, hearing this, suddenly realized what was happening here. After all, no matter how much quirk are accepted in this world, an uncontrollable quirk, like invisibility, is still a problem in a teenager's life. Well, I really don't care about that. And actually, well, maybe I will tell you later, but I am positive that it's your personality and character which I asked you out and not whether I could see you or not, so please don't think about that. Yuta said with reluctance. He wanted to say that he could actually see the girl, but stopped himself. Ever seen a boy's face who suddenly got a surprise on his 10th birthday or Christmas as his parent out of the blue gifted him a PlayStation or an Xbox? Yuta's face has far surpassed that level of happiness. Hell, others don't even have to see it. Others could practically feel the flowers shedding from him at this point, making the scene much more comedic, to be honest. Reason being, she accepted. Yuta chirped with a happy expression on his face. Someone really said it true. Fortune favors the bold. Yuta had a massive smile on his face, the kind which ever put all might to shame, and that's all might. But just like life, nothing is all peachy and peaches. Though she agrees, there is just not enough time in hand in either of their hands to actually go out. This plan has to be delayed until they come back from their 1-week internship program. With daring work young for him up to this point, Yuta just decided to attend a Nighteye internship. What possibly can go wrong, right? Wrong. Murphy's Law states that anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And this was his life, what he was expecting. Tell me again, why should I stamp on this paper again? What benefits do I get from taking you as an intern? Said the sickly-looking man with neatly combed hair and stylish glasses. This was none other than Sir Nighteye. But to explain, let Revine hear. Only after 2 days since the students got their internship form, they had to leave. This was a pain in all the possible places where pain can be good and bad at the same time. Yuta really wanted to just put all this shit out of the window and train in his Rokushiki, and If possible, then go around the city, which even after being a citizen of in his entire life, he knew very little about. Much to his dismay, he was shutting in most of the time if it's not about training and going to the gym and other self-defense class. He had very little idea about what kind of place he should take a girl. He could ask his friend, but that makes only 2 people on the list. Kirishima will most likely suggest something like a game parlor, and Izuku, who still hasn't grown up from his 10-year-old hero phase. Sigh. Just leave the tomorrow's problems to tomorrow's Yuta. And that is what he was pondering over until he found his way towards Sir Nighteye's hero agency. He pursed his lips after seeing the gloomy-looking building in front of him, which reminded him of the big, boring offices that he always dreaded to enter. Some elders used to say that there exists a creature inside who traps the souls of office workers and makes them work until all their dreams and ambitions are crushed under the weight of spreadsheets and pending projects. Shivering, he slowly opens the door, only to notice a certain blonde with funny eyes staring back at him. But the things which stunned Yuta weren't the funny eyes, but rather that the boy was half naked, only wearing his undies. If Yuta is any wiser than if he just completed wearing those the moment Yuta himself entered the office, meaning somehow his overthinking saved him from opening his day by seeing a Japanese D******. Let's not go there. Hey, how may I help you? Came the most robotic reply Yuta has ever gotten from a man. I'm looking for Sir Nighteye. Here for the internship. Yuta, on the first expression, felt like he knew this person. Just where? Oh, you are the rookie who won first place in the sport festival and fought those villains in the USJ. So we're expecting you. I am Mirio, by the way. A third-year student, said the boy with happy expression, and he extended his hand for a handshake. Yeah, I am Yuta. Just Yuta, Yuta said in daze. Only now he realized who this person was, one of the big 3. And out of all the existence in the MHA universe, if there's a busted list of Quirk, then his name will surely be there. Though nothing like Kimui, but the Quirk is very similar, and any Naruto fan can tell what kind of cheat Kimui was. We can talk later. You should meet Sir Nighteye first. He should be in this office. Go, Mirio said as he showed the direction to Yuta. Yuta just thanked him and animately went toward the direction Mirio pointed at. Knock, knock. Come in. Hello, I'm Yuta, I know. Come in, Sir Nighteye said, interrupting Yuta. Rude. Yuta just did what the older man said and waited until he completed what he was doing. Thankfully won't tickle girls half of his age. Otherwise, Yuta didn't know how to react. Shouldn't Japan have some kind of law against this? After all, if there's one country where something like this is supposed to happen the most, then it's there, the place where schoolgirls are considered goddesses. How long is he going to take? Yuta started to get impatient. There seemed to be an unlimited resource of paperwork on his table, which was more important than a student looking for the internship. Well, it's still better than some other countries. Yes, I'm looking at you fellows who are working on unpaid internship and handle far more than just standing in one position for your boss to complete a work. Hands off to you guys. I have no idea how you restrain yourself from punching that face. It took a few minutes before the man even looks him. So who are you again? What? You just said I am Yuta yourself. Yuta snapped. What kind of bullshit is that? I know, but I thought we were doing this proper and all. Well, fine. Tell me, Yuta, why did you choose my agency here? Nighteye said. Because you sent an internship form to me. Yuta calmed himself down and said. True, but I am sure that I wasn't the only one. After all, you won the sport festival. You should have gotten many of those forms. Then why my agency? Nighteye asked with curiosity. Because your form was at the top. Yuta replied with just plain tone. He already had a bad first impression of this guy. He looked around and noticed that the man was surrounded by All Might images and posters all around. No doubt that he was a fanboy. Even bigger kind than Deku. This is the kind of fans who even know what a certain celeb said in one interview out of countless interviews, which mostly get crushed under the media agency backlog data stating, don't touch, maybe one day something will be useful, just don't ask him to find it. But he will remember them. Though Yuta didn't let his contempt for the fanboy showcase in his face, it fueled his irritation on the side. Oh really? And here I thought you, sort their paper in alphabetical order, Nighteye said. Bullshit. Even if he won above all, I am not ready to agree that he knows something so minuscule. This is nothing but a pressure-building strategy. So you want to play like that, huh? Fine by me. Really, they do that. And here I thought they made an exception for me. Sigh. For a second, I even thought that I am somewhat special. Yuta happy replied. The talk with Nighteye was interesting, to say the least. Neither of them was giving in here. While Nighteye was trying to put some pressure on Yuta, the boy himself was faking ignorance. Sigh. Ultimately, the adult has to give in. After all, his time is more important than the high school boy in front of him. Okay, let's talk about your internship then. Tell me why you want to be a hero. Sir Nighteye asked. Now Yuta knew what the man wanted to hear, or even expected to hear. But Yuta didn't have any of it. Well, it's mostly safety, Yuta replied without a second thought. This answer actually brings some sort of reaction in that stoic face of Nighteye. Usually, he doesn't meet people at all, and when he do, then they are not fledgling heroes. But he has his own share of encounters with them. He himself taught one of the big three in UA right now, after all, and even considers the boy worth enough to inherit All Might's quirk. So he has some idea of what kind of answer he is usually going to receive from a kid. But Yuta's answer left him confused. Please explain. Nighteye seemed a little interested now and asked. Well, it's nothing special, but I got my quirk quite late, like 15 years late. I am pretty sure that you know about that fact, considering you should get some kind of report about me from UA, or at least do some kind of background check. You're All Might's sidekick after all. So you can think for yourself what kind of life I live while growing up. If you have no idea, let me tell you it's not pretty being the only quirkless person among a group of people with funky powers. And though I do know another person who got his own quirk quite late, he too is a massive fan of All Might, by the way. I can say that you two will go along if all those All Might posts are any indication. Anyway, as I was saying, unlike this friend of mine who always wanted to be a hero, I never desired to be one. I trained hard from very early in my life to compensate for my lack of quirk. There was a constant notion in my brain that I needed to get stronger to survive. Maybe it does that to someone who got thrown from a 2-story building by some bullies. Almost got stabbed, burned, and much more. Anyways, to sum it up, I never desired to be a hero in the first place. But I ended up being one just so that I can prevent others from experiencing the same as I have experienced over the years, and at the same time get strong. Because after all, just having quirk doesn't make anyone a hero or powerful. Yuta said with a laid-back attitude. Those was his honest thoughts, though. He really never planned to be a hero. He joined UA because that was the only other way he could get stronger so he can protect himself, beside being a villain, that is. Hearing this night, I didn't say anything for a while. It felt like he was condoning everything which Yuta said and more. But if that's the case, then why suddenly it feel like he was getting angry? Yuta pursed his lips and looked at the adult man with a suspicious look of his own, not knowing what was going on in his mind. So you're telling me that All Might gave his quirk to some quirkless kid who didn't even want to be a hero? Knight, I said with plain disdain on his tone. Yuta, at this time, has to take a double take here. The first part of the sentence seems accurate enough if they're talking about Deku. Though I have no idea the guy will suddenly bring him into the conversation all of a sudden. But the second part is, oh, I see what's going on here. This fucker thought that I got All Might's quirk. I kind of did, but that's a hush-hush thing, and officially it's still Deku who is the protagonist here. But whatever, I understand what kind of situation I'm dealing with here. And shit, why didn't this almost 50-year-old fanboy just ask All Might who he gave his quirk to? And I too am not supposed to know anything about OFA or the relationship between All Might and Izuku. Thus I can't explain to him either. My only hope is that the idiot figured out himself. Suddenly Yuta felt a sudden degree of exhaustion coming to him. What are you talking about? Yuta asked with his best. I am the confused face, giving every possible hint to the man that he wasn't supposed to bully him. Don't feign ignorance in front of me. I knew All Might before he even became famous. It's so much like you that he will give his power to someone just because he finds them worthy and listening to his heart. But listen to me, Yuta. Gosh, why you won't have a last name. It's so hard to intimidate others without using a person's entire name. I do not approve of you having one for all. Knight, I said as he got closer slightly to Yuta and poked Yuta's forehead with his index finger. Is this some sort of new way to test students or something? First, make them nervous and put some pressure on them. And when that's not working, then try to make them confused. And how the hell All Might come to this? Yuta asked with a confused face. How the hell the secret of OFA is still a secret when idiots like him exist? This was beyond Yuta. Besides, doesn't matter. Nighteye shook his head, maybe seeing that he got the wrong person here, or thinking that the kid is not going to spill any beans. Here is the stamp, Nighteye said as he got up from his place. I see what you will get if you join my agency. I'm not joining your agency. Yeah. I mean getting an internship under me. Just fill the gaps here, would ya? Nighteye said with an exaggerated tone, making Yuta's eyebrows twist in annoyance. I see what you get, but I don't see what I will get in return for teaching you. Nighteye, you get to keep your reputation when I don't point out you as someone who accepts students for an internship, but demands remuneration back once the students actually visit him, Yuta said. He never intended to say that, but his annoyance level was so high right now that he couldn't help it anymore. Nighteye, hearing this, finally shows some sort of emotion, maybe realizing that he really was doing that, but now that he planned to test the boy, he can't back down. Who's asking for money, you brat? I just want to check out whether you are worth teaching, Nighteye said with zero facial deformation. Yuta made a face in which that Kazuma Sato would be proud of. So what do you want me to do? Sighing, Yuta asked. Seems there is no escaping it one way or another. But he was wondering why Nighteye had not seen his own future. If he did, then he should have realized that he is not All Might's success. 1 minute. Maybe the man did see my future. He must have seen me using OFA and mistook it. The man can only see glimpses of the future after all. Simple. You just have to take this stamp from my hand, and that's it. You have 3 minutes, Nighteye said with a little smile creeping onto his face. Yuta's thinking came to an end when he saw that test already has started. Simple. You just have to take this stamp from my hand, and that's it. You have 3 minutes, Nighteye said with a little smile creeping onto his face. Yuta at this berated his damn luck. Surely he could have gotten a better and easier time if he chose some other place for his internship, but ultimately he don't have the power to rewind time. He waited for a few seconds just to observe Nighteye, and also for the notification. He expected some sort of notification from the system at least, but alas, there was nothing. What? You're not even going to try. It's a shame I aspect better from someone who won he UA sports festival. For was that just a fluke? Seems like there is nothing. Yuta pondered until he wasted at least 10 seconds before acting up. So, Yuta mutters, try to use the technique. However, the technique wasn't even mastered by him yet. He will try to rush, but will tumble and hit the wall. Nighteye looks at the wall and only whispered to himself. In the next second, Yuta lost his balance after using the technique, which he still hasn't mastered, and tumble, going straight for the wall. Asterisk bam. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I shouldn't use 6 styles in real combat yet. Yuta got up pouting, more embarrassed than disappointed on himself. Fine, we'll do this the old-fashioned way, Yuta muttered as lightning started to appear around him. Now, there was no blue lightning when All Might used his quirk, but for some reason, I felt a very familiar feeling from the power which Yuta was using. He, after all, was an All Might's sidekick for a long time, and more than that, he is a fanboy. There is no way that he will mistake this power. This almost makes him confirm his suspicion that Yuta was All Might's successor. But he didn't have time to ponder over something like that right now, as in front of his eyes Yuta became almost a blur. Unlike Izuku, who was hardly able to use 10% of OFA powers when he met Sir Nighteye, Yuta here can use up to 25%. However, because he still is not used to using that much power yet, Yuta refrains from going all out. He needs to first learn how much power has to be used to do various different things. Being able to jump around an office is also included. Yuta was still using only 20%. That is what he was used to after all that training with 6 styles. After all, to use that technique, he also needs OFA. Nighteye eyes skin all around him. He was tense, but thanks to his quirk, he was able to track Yuta's movements. As the boy was mostly copying Gran Torino, Yuta pretty much copied the exact training Deku went through to master OFA, so there's no doubt he did some good old Gran Torino wall jumping as well. Despite not knowing how Yuta learned this kind of fighting style, he wasn't aware that the kid had met Gran Torino yet, but at least it didn't matter. Nighteye was able to dodge all of his movements. His foresight showed him where the boy was about to be before he was even there. And thanks to that, Nighteye was constantly avoiding Yuta. But this was nothing like what happened with Izuku in the anime. Even after having the ability to know what Izuku was about to do, it was hard to match the boy's movements. Izuku was good, but Yuta here was faster. Much faster and more adept at using his body in various different ways. After all, unlike Izuku, who was a shut-in fanboy, who only later started working out, Yuta drove his body to his absolute limit every day just so that he could survive in this cruel world. Got you now. Yuta suddenly appeared near Nighteye. At the speed he was jumping around the place was so fast that he even put a dent in one of the walls he jumped from. Nighteye snaps his hand out of the position just in time before Yuta grabbed the stamp. Sigh, this is harder than expected. Nighteye thought grimly. He still was just a human who can see the future to some extent. If the opponent's speed is fast enough, then it doesn't matter how far he sees in the future. He won't be able to dodge it. But fortunately for him, Yuta still haven't controlled his movements at OFA 25%. So he can't just increase his OFA power here. Nor Yuta has Master Shave, so as long as his own stamina doesn't run out before 3 minutes, he will be fine. You have to do better than that if you want to get the stamp, Nighteye taunted. Yuta, hearing this, just gritted his teeth. He was giving his best, but Night-Eye's bug-like ability is just too much. Until there is a big power gap, there is hardly anyone who can beat this guy. He might look weak, but that quirk gives him an insane advantage while fighting people around his level. But Yuta didn't give up. He saw Night-Eye struggling as well. If only he pressure him a little more, then maybe he can get the stamp. And with that said, the blue lightning crackling around Yuta intensified, and he continued his barrage of onslaughts against Night-Eye. You lost. The time is up, Night-Eye said as he looked at the clock. The given 3 minutes were over now. Yuta was panting as he stood in front of Night-Eye with an angry face. But he didn't say anything. He just stood there without saying anything. I have to say that I'm disappointed, Night-Eye said with an expressionless face. Like nothing fazed him. He was now pondering what to do. He was disappointed, but that doesn't mean that he can send the kid back home. It wasn't the recruitment in his agency or anything but an internship. He himself offers the chance to the boy to work with him. Pondering, his attention went to the office itself. It was dirty. Shoe prints are almost everywhere. He needs to ask someone to clean this. Night-Eye suddenly notices something. The shoe prints are everywhere, but his All Might posters and other things related to All Might. There's not even a single dirt on them. Did this kid? Night-Eye looked at Yuta, who was surprisingly staring right back at him. But then he notices something in his hand. The stamp, Night-Eye said with a strange look. He didn't even notice when the boy took it away. But it didn't matter. He had to do that in under 3 minutes. Night-Eye was sure that he had to stamp until the 3 minutes were over. What's the meaning of this? Your time is already up. There's no point in getting the stamp right now. Night-Eye said, Are you sure? I thought I still had 1 minute left, Yuta said and turned to the clock in the room. Sensing something wrong, Night-Eye did the same, but he was stunned the next second. How? Night-Eye almost staggered as he failed to comprehend what was going on. He was sure that 3 minutes were done. But now the time is only passed by 2 minutes. Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the true power of Uchiha. Ha 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 ha. All right, it's normal Sharingan, but just give me a break already. Mangekyo sounds way cooler. Your foresight is good. Almost gave me some trouble there. But don't be too full of yourself. You might can see the strings of fate, but today your opponent is also a puppeteer, Yuta said, channeling all the Afro energy he got from the last time. Night-Eye was baffled. Did he see wrong? But how is that possible? He really wanted to know, but Yuta didn't open his mouth after he got the stamp. Goes up to Night-Eye's table and stamps his own internship paper with his own hand. There, it's done. Now do tell me what exactly you're doing in this internship. If possible, I would like the time for training. I need some time training in my quirk, Yuta said with a calm tone. Night-Eye looks at him with a strange look. He wanted to ask the child how he did that more than his disrespect or demand for time off. But it didn't matter. He had enough time to find out later anyway. But there was still one thing which he wanted to know. Okay, I will give spare time for you to train. For the time being, you are accepted for the internship. Mirio will tell you what to do. But before that, tell me, why did you not stop at those posters while trying to take the stamp from me? Night-Eye asked while pointing at the room. There were footprints almost everywhere, but just the posters of All Might were clean. Well, I could have stepped on them, but I know that you quite a fanboy of All Might. Otherwise no man in his 40s would put this many images of another man in his office. You like them right. They are important to you. I might not be the hero type, but that doesn't mean that I will act all rash and villain type. Yuta said without much attention, and then he moved out of the room. He needed to find Mirio and start training soon. Nighteye didn't stop Yuta, but rather just think about what Yuta said. Nighteye tried to see Yuta's future, but to his dismay, he couldn't see much. There was something which stopped him from watching Yuta's future. Even short-term vision about him was hard to see, and maybe now he might have some idea. He saw in the vision that he beat Yuta while the child wasn't able to get the stamp. But in reality, what he saw was nothing but just his mistake. The future, what he saw was him seeing things. What a ridiculous mistake. But here he did that. Or at least Nighteye thought that he did, not knowing that Yuta used illusion on him. Nighteye now was extremely interested on why he couldn't see Yuta's future. This has never happened to him. Never expect when dealing with one person. Later, Nighteye realized that the real why he couldn't see that person's future had something to do with his own actions. That person was quirkless, and for some reason, he just couldn't see that person's future. The only thing which he could think about was that there was no defined path for this person. Yuta here was the same. After Yuta was done with his internship registration problem, he went after Mirio to ask him about where he would be staying. It would be better if he didn't have to travel back to his home every single day. That would be horrible. Thankfully, the place where he took the internship was a proper agency, and they had places for the students and members of the agency to stay. Thanks to Mirio being super helpful, Yuta settles in minutes. So what are you going to do now? I'm sure that Sir Nighteye have no task for you today. Otherwise, he mostly would have told me to assist you. Mirio asked with his usual trademark smile on his face. Yuta, seeing this, just shrugged. He wanted to start training on his Rokushiki moves, but seeing Mirio is not going to leave him alone, he just refrains from training in front of him. It's not like Mirio will be able to copy or steal his techniques in any way. Yuta even doubts that anyone beside him can do it, considering the logic of hitting the ground with his leg 10 times under a second to make him Barry Allen of MHA world just doesn't add up. Maybe it will work for him, as it's a part of the system, but he doubts that it will work for others. Now that I think about it, should I try teaching this to others? Only then I will know whether others can learn this or not. Yuta ponder. Don't know. How about a quick spar? That way we both can check out each other's quirks and help each other out in the coming week. We should be moving out soon on some hero stuff anyway. I believe knowing what we both can do is a good idea, Yuta said. He honestly didn't have to. He knew about Mirio's quirk, but he just so wanted to check it out. Not to mention trying to find a way to beat a person who he hardly can touch. Oh sure, in fact, I too was thinking of doing the same, Mirio said with a smile. Good, Yuta said, but by only saying this he realized that what he just didn't. Man, this means I have no other option but to see Japanese D******. Yuta knew that fighting Mirio would be irritating, but hell with this cheat quirk. Why this guy wasn't there back when I had the opportunity to copy the quirk? I would have taken his quirk for sure. Yuta wanted to shout. Both he and Mirio went at it for 20 minutes straight, and not even once he was able to touch the naked bastard, let alone being able to deliver a punch. Maybe this was what people in the shinobi world felt like when fighting with a Beto. Yuta has multiple small bruises on his body. Mirio wasn't going heavy-handed on him, but still, that boy packed a punch. Now that I think about it, there is only one way to beat this guy. Use Jinjutsu on him, but I don't want to do that. I would use it in a heartbeat if it's a real fight, but in training, I rather focus on using less hacks as I have and improve myself. This was the attitude with Yuta started the match, and it took all of his willpower to stick with it. Oh, he so much wanted to just put the boy in Jinjutsu and beat his naked ass black and blue, but he held himself back. It also doesn't help that Mirio's dick was out all the time, even sometime dangling right at Yuta's face. Let's end the practice match here. You should rest a little if you plan to accompany me in patrolling around the area later on, Mirio said with his normal trademark smile still on his face while putting on his clothes. Yeah, I will come. Don't worry, Yuta said with a smile, but internally he just wanted the boy to get out. The said patrolling was a dull affair. There wasn't much to see in the city either, and what novelty, it had ended just under a few hours. Thankfully for Yuta, there wasn't any criminal activity happening in the area for him to use his hero time. This means he can use all that time in practicing his 6 styles before sleeping. So after their patrolling shift ended, Yuta parted ways with Mirio. The boy was fun to hang around as long as he is not naked, and made his way toward the agency training ground. Nighteye Agency wasn't big, but has all the necessary things needed for an agency to work with. Alright, let's put all that saved hero time to good use, and get this technique down before I go back to you. Yuta only slightly muttered, but blue lightning started to appear around him. After training for this long, he realizes that for proper use of Rokushiki, he at least needs to use up to 20% of OFA power at a time. Maybe that's why the system gave him this technique only after he got up to that 20% mark. Seeing the 100-meter distance in front of him, Yuta took his position. He still had 1 hour of hero time before the day ended, and right now, it was 11 p.m. sharp. No need to hold back, have the power on all the time and go hard. Plus Ultra. Yuta, with that said, immediately flicked his leg and hit the ground 10 times in just a second. Quite hard to do, but he was getting the hang of it. He still lacked by 2 kicks, but it was coming along quite nicely. He was just not fast enough to hit the ground all 10 times under just a second. After a few time of using his legs started to pain, and even cause of the power in his legs thanks to OFA, the ground below him started to crack a little. Seeing this, he backed off. Frowning, he contemplating what he was doing wrong here. Maybe I need more speed here, Yuta muttered with a slight frown. He's been trying to pull off this technique for a long time, but there are 2 major problems. First, he has to hit the ground at the same spot where he starts with equal amount of power, and even the time interval of his legs hitting the ground should be similar. That is the perfect way to use Soru or Shave. This insane degree of control is hard to do, but thanks to him having Sharingan, he can get used to it rather smoothly. But then there's the other issue there, his own speed. To hit the ground 10 times with a leg under a second. He wasn't fast enough. Maybe I have to master the last remaining 5% of OFA first. Now only 25% of OFA can make me fast enough to use Toru, Yuta said, and suddenly looked determined. He needs to master OFA up to 25%. That is what he was planning on doing here. His body can already use up to 25%, so that's not what's stopping him. It's rather that his own control over the increased power is not good enough. Not knowing how much input of power will give what kind of output. Fine, then let's put the remaining time to get used to 25% of OFA, Yuta said, and suddenly the blue lightning around got intensified. Though only a slight change, but noticeable if anyone gives much attention. Just like Sir Nighteye. Nighteye was watching Yuta's practice in silence. Not wanting to give his hidden location, he kept his quiet. He had a feeling that the boy would not show what he could do honestly if someone was around. And he was right. The boy was holding back when he go against him to take that stamp. Why, he has no idea, but he will find out. Then there's also the fact that he himself found it confusing. Like why the boy was destroying his training ground by repeatedly hitting it with his leg. What he wants to do here exactly. There was honestly much that he wanted to know, but knowing he wouldn't be getting answers directly if he asked, the only thing he could do was to observe the boy. Sigh. My internship with Nighteye was boring. Mirio was there to accompany Yuta, but still, the entire hero work itself was pretty boring besides being able to fight villains and getting stronger by doing quests. Most of Yuta's days were spent doing different types of hero drills or patrolling around the city. And while he wasn't roaming around the city in his hero costume, which made him look more like punk than a hero, a note to future Yuta to ditch this style and go for something better as soon as possible, or getting lectured by other heroes about heroism. Yuta dedicated most of his time on controlling his power at 25% of OFA and also the 6 styles. But there was a feeling in Yuta's heart that he was forgetting something much important which should have happened in this point of time in anime. Damn, if only I had watched those anime with more attention. Yuta almost every time when felt like he was forgetting something important about the anime curse like this, it was very usual for him. Hey Yuta, are you going to train like usual? Mirio asked as he was going back home. Technically, all the students and even heroes can go back home after their shift is done. Staying in the agency's provided rooms is not mandatory, but Yuta decided to do so for two main reasons. One, because he don't want to waste time and plan on training at night, as his training could be a little too destructive if others are around, and second will be the time issue itself. Having limited hero time means that he has to almost every time be aware of how much HT he is spending on both hero work and training, making sure that at least by the end of the day, he has enough HT left to handle any situation that comes his way, and cause HT to renew at 12 o'clock, meaning at night, it's the best time to train. Using all that remaining HT, he saves in the entire day to good use. Yes, this is the best time for me to train. It's a habit by now. Night, Mirio. Yuta just waved his hand as Mirio did the same before leaving the agency. All right, let's start with this. By now, OFA at 25% is almost under control. Just have the time to Toru right to use it. Yuta cheered himself as he made his way towards his room at the agency to make himself a good energy drink before he started destroying both his body and the ground. But upon entering the room, he saw the TV was showing a particular news which distracted him. He remembers now switching off the TV. I mean, who cares? Nighteye is the one paying the electricity bill anyway, right? He knew it was wrong, but hey. But that aside, the news caught Yuta's attention. Nomu. Yurts saw the live broadcast of what was happening in the city nearby and stood still. Suddenly his premonition that he was forgetting something became louder. The place is close. I can get there, but should I? Yuta thought. Not only is he officially not a hero, meaning he shouldn't act in this situation even if he was present there, but also this has nothing to do with him. Major quest, Killer Beat. Main quest, find and defeat Hero Killer Stain. Reward. Secondary quest, beat all Nomu. Reward. Bonus quest, prevent injuries. Reward. Well, never mind. Yuta rolled his eyes, seeing the quest. Now this got everything to do with him. At least 3 good rewards. There is no way that he is letting this go. But after that he got serious? How could I forget the hero killer arc? Shit, I really need to get my shit together. Yuta muttered with a little irritation on his face and immediately rushed out of the place. Getting on the terrace of the agency building, he activated his OFA at 25%. Moonwalk. Yuta said and kicked the very air itself, but only after seeing that no one was around. Moonwalk was much easier with OFA than shave. Yuta, in fact, does not even need to use Moonwalk, as he can also jump around like All Might, but when using this style, it takes less effort to cover greater distances. Not to mention, he doesn't have to worry about landing at a safe place every time he jumps. But this was the first time he was using Moonwalk for long-distance travel. Pursing his lips while making sure that he didn't look down, he was pretty high up. After all, anyone would be afraid to fall. He kept on moving towards the place where Nomu attacked. Beating those Nomu is one thing, but finding the hero killer will be much harder. Well, let's put more effort for one more time. It's hero time. Gotta say, flying up in the air feels awesome. Yuta said with a smile on his face as he was using Moonwalk. It would have taken him more than just 15 minutes to reach the place where those darn Nomu had attacked. But air travel is naturally faster. Now he only needed 5 minutes at best. The only problem was that this was his first time navigating the city from air. Doing so is really hard. Even the easiest thing when doing it for the first time is hard as F*******. By the time Yuta arrived at the place where the attack was happening, he suddenly realized something. 1 minute, I'm not supposed to use my core for doing hero stuff just yet. I'm still not a pro hero. Shit, now what? Let's see. Maybe I can find a way to hide my face or something. If no one knows who I am, then that should be fine, right? Yuta mutters with contemplation on his face. Good thing that he wasn't in his hero costume anymore. It would have been impossible to hide his identity. He was currently wearing a hoodie, so that kind of helped conceal his identity as long as he put up the hood and covered his face. Add the black sunglasses he had on him, as he especially bought them to hide his Sharingan. He doesn't like wearing contact lenses all the time. He was only lacking a mask to complete his shady guy cosplay. Pursing his lips, he just put the glasses on and went ahead, leaving the overthinking for later. As soon as he approached the city area under attack, he stopped using moonwalk and started jumping from rooftops to navigate the place more efficiently. "Where are the heroes? Villains are attacking," someone shouted as a Nomator opened the gate of car and grabbed the person who was hastily dialing the police or hero agency's number, but for no avail. Nomu grabs the person from inside the car and throws him out of the car. Likely there was no one else inside the car. Unlikely there because of that the guy who hit the ground pretty hard and apparently even broke a bone too became the only target for the Nomu. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa." Nomus shouted loudly and jumped at the man. The man, who looked like in his mid-30s, was scared shitless. There was nothing he could do but just give up on his fate. He closes his eyes as if maybe, just maybe, the Nomu will disappear if he can't see it. So he kept his eyes closed and close and... What happened? The man pondered and slowly opened his eyes, only to see that the Nomu was being held back by a slightly smaller, yet much well-built figure in front of him. A hero? Can't be. The size doesn't make sense, and he is not even wearing a hero costume. The man pondered. "I thought that this one too would take too much for me to beat. Surprisingly, a single punch was enough," Yuta said as he saw the black figure of the Nomu plastered on the wall. He was moving towards where most of the Nomu were, but he found one here attacking this man. He knew that not all the Nomu were as strong as the one he fought in USJ, but still, for good measure, he put all 25% of his power in the punch he delivered at the Nomu. Needless to say, Nomu was out of commission just after one punch. "Oh well, good enough for me. I didn't want to fight someone like Nomu from USJ anyway. That last Nomu still gives me the chills." Yuta mutters under his breath as he remembers how close he was of dying back in USJ. If Primetime didn't kick in time back then, I would have been toast by now. This realization suddenly drained all the hype in his system, and finally he started thinking from his brain and not from his muscles. "Wait!" The man saw Yuta moving away and immediately shouted. "Wait, who are you?" he asked, wanting to know who saved him. "Me? I'm just a guy who is a hero for fun," Yuta said, not knowing how to answer. He didn't want to do anything which could give away his identity, so he immediately jumped from there. As more and more Nomus were wreaking havoc and heroes were lacking in numbers to contain them, not to mention lacking firepower to take down those damn villains. Suddenly all of them felt a tremor, snapping their heads, only to see a slightly shorter yet well-built figure appearing out of nowhere. The person wasn't a Nomu, nor he was wearing a hero costume, meaning there were three options there. One is that this person is a villain. Second, that this person is a civilian using his quirk and playing hero, aka vigilante. And lastly, a hero who was lazy enough that he didn't bother putting on his hero costume. Before any of the heroes could say anything, Yuta, who just arrived there, still hid his face and identity as much as possible. Yuta moved and started to target all the Nomus around them. With fast movement, he appeared near the Nomu close to him. Surprisingly, this was red in color for some reason, but that didn't matter. He was weak as it went down, just under one punch. 25% OFA was enough to one-shot some of the Nomu who didn't have the shock absorption powers like the Nomu who he had fought before. Flashing from there, he jumped and approached the next Nomu who was giving a hard time to the hero and kicked him. "Tempest kick," Yuta said, and kicked the air. A transparent air pressure roosh at the Nomu, blasting him off. "Whoa, what was that? And who are you? I know that you're trying to help, but using your quirk here is still against the law," the hero said, even though he knew that he needed the help there. Yuta didn't answer. Maybe talking here would lead to someone finding his identity, so he solely focused on beating the shit out of the Nomu there as fast as he could and get the F out of there. He grabs the Nomu, which he just plastered to the ground by the leg, and throws it at another Nomu. "How much time I have left?" "Hero time, 55 minutes left." Should be enough, Yuta wondered. He only had a little more than an hour when he left the agency building, so it sounds about right. Upon reflecting on my actions, I have realized two very important lessons. One, that it's absolutely abysmal fighting in night with sunglasses on. And second being that I need to plan my action more. Yuta chided to himself as he was facing difficulty fighting in a blind state, while also protecting his identity from revealing to the other pro heroes there. Almost all the heroes around him were more of supporting type characters and had quite low fighting power, So even the Nomu, which he was pretty much shooting down with one punch like Saitama, till now turned out to be a great challenge for others. Usually, the anime only focuses on a few of the most outstanding heroes, but there is more people who are just average. And yet they are here trying to stop Nomu and save people. This got my respect. Yuta smiled a little as he punched away the last of the Nomu, which was giving those pro heroes a hard time. After making sure that there weren't any more Nomus around him, he was ready to move on, but that was the time when a pro hero called out. Hey, thank you for your help. I know vigilantism is against the law, and I have to arrest you for that, but you have our thanks for helping us here. Without your help, we would have wasted much precious time to save other citizens, said the hero wearing a biker's outfit and was using his bicycle to attack the Nomu. He even vows to show his gratitude. Yuta wanted to act polite here and reply, but his high-pitched voice will give away that he is just a student. And if God is particularly feeling like pulling his leg today, then they might even have a recorder somewhere. If his voice gets recorded, then finding his identity is not that hard. Helpless Yuta could only wave back his hand, showing that he accepted the gratitude before jumping away. Man, this is harder than I thought. But more than anything, I have to ditch these sunglasses. It will be troublesome if they create a blind spot in my vision. But maybe using Sharingan will help. Let's check it out. That hero, too, reminds me of someone. A hero from another anime. Can't remember, though. Yuta mused as he moved towards another spot from where he could hear noises coming. Hero Wisdom 101. Noises mean someone is in danger, while no noises mean you're in danger. And no, he didn't just make that line up, it's really something which Nighteye taught him. As he moved towards the more crowded area, he found a helicopter roaming above the city. No doubt that it was from news companies. Yuta fastened his hoodie, securing his sunglasses. Even went ahead and masked the rest of his face with his handkerchief like a bank robber. From afar, he saw a short yellow blur moving around no more like hopping around with incredible flexibility and finesse. The agility of the person was almost otherworldly, but maybe it also felt like that cause of how small the figure of that person was. Almost like a child. But Yuta knew it better. This hero was none other than the teacher of our symbol of peace. All might learn under him, and even adopted many of this man's styles in his own heroism. This person was none other than Gran Torino. But age has finally caught up with the fine hero, and once the absolute powerhouse who even All Might fear a little to date, now is not as fast nor as strong in his twilight year. But a part of the reason why he was struggling has something to do with the number of enemies he was holding back right now. There were just too many Nomu for him to take care of. Yuta immediately took action as he blasted himself forward with breakneck speed, though it was still not Toru. That technique was harder to learn than he first anticipated. In fact, thanks to OFA, he was able to learn other techniques like Moonwalk, aka Jeppo, and Tempest Kick before Toru. Tempest Kick, Yuta deliver a powerful kick in the direction of a Nomu ready to attack Gran Torino from afar. By the way, when I put mean, he is thinking and now actually speaking, so don't go on a comment spree about why he's calling out what moves he is using like a 5-year-old. I have to write that because some people always make those comments. Why do I have to write the move name, you ask? Well, without that, how I am to explain what's happening? A powerful yet invisible shockwave rushed at the approaching Nomu, blasting the person off with so much force that he attracted the attention of other Nomu and even Gran Torino. Yuta didn't want to interact with the old hero. If he had learned anything from staying with his adoptive grandma, then there is one thing he shouldn't do ever: underestimating old people. They are more challenging than we youngsters give them credit for. Oh, a vigilante at work. Good time for you to show up, young man. Mind giving an old-timer like me a little hand. Gran Torino didn't talk nonsense about breaking the law and other things. He directly and shamelessly asked for help. Not like Yuta wasn't planning on giving up. Gran Torino's easy acceptance of the situation kind of irked him a little. Without saying anything, he just nodded and rushed to the Nomu, close to him. One good part about these mindless bioengineered monsters is that they lack fighting style or instincts, though they can copy martial arts, but is very much predictable. Both Gran Torino and Yuta started to make quick work of them. Your quirks look very similar to this one student I have. Another exceptional young man, just like you. What did you say your name was again? Gran Torino was observing Yuta all the time and said, as he suddenly found something interesting about the young man who suddenly showed up to help him. Yuta on the side didn't say anything. Not interacting is the best way to keep his real identity under wraps. Sharingan, let's see whether this works. I trained hard for this one. Yuta activated his Sharingan as he looked at the stronger Nomu around in his eyes, putting the monster under his Genjutsu. For a second, nothing happened. The only thing indicating that the Nomu felt under his Genjutsu was his stopped movements. But soon a smile appears on Yuta's face as the Nomu moves, and instead of attacking himself, the Nomu attacks other Nomu beside him. It's a little expensive to use advanced Genjutsu, but this is worth it, Yuta said with a proud expression on his face. He was proud, as because he just put Nomu under an illusion where he was seeing other Nomu as heroes, making him completely switch his targets. But seeing that Gran Torino was almost completed on his side, Yuta didn't let the newly created pawn of his to linger at that place anymore. Otherwise, what's the point of wasting that much HT on putting the darn Nomu inside an illusion? He sends the Nomu to find and fight others of his kind, someone where other heroes are not there. This felt a little like Attack on Titan. Back when Eren transformed, this situation felt a little like that. Yuta mused. Seeing that there were only a few Nomus left on his side, Yuta cracked his neck as he got ready to blast of those Nomi before continuing this search for the hero killer. That was after all the main quest. Yuta was tired, really tired, but it was hard enough to navigate the city in this chaos unfolding with all those villains and heroes while hiding his identity, let alone find a certain corner or ally where Deku and other classmates of his were duking out with his hero killer. He long ditches the remaining Nomus at other heroes, jumping from roof to roof to get a glimpse of either a green moss head, I dare you if you put Zoro's picture in comments, or the hero killer. Sadly, he didn't have any power regarding locating enemies or friends. If only he had something like sensing like how Naruto had in anime, or observation hockey. As time passed, he was getting more frustrated and anxious. But then suddenly he realized that he could just call either Deku or Ilda. Idiot. He quickly took out his phone, thinking there was a possibility that they would not answer their phone if they were facing Stain or didn't want others to know what they were up to, but still, this was the only way for Yuta to find them. But upon opening his phone, he quickly found a message from Deku. Location. Yuta's eyes lit up. No, 1 minute. Having a location might mean that now I know exactly where they are, but this also means that they are already facing Stain. Shit. Yuta cursed, and after looking around the place to find where the particular place was, launched himself toward that direction. Izuku found himself backing up in a corner, both to protect the injured Ilda and also to get some time to understand the hero killer's quirk. Without knowing his quirk, he was at a disadvantage. Stain somehow was able to completely block Ilda's movements, and he needs to find out how he did that. The movement he found Ida, which was a Herculean task in its own right. He sent out an SOS message just in case. He was not sure whether someone would come to help them, but he did it anyway. Soon he realized that it was the blood of his opponent that Stain needed to activate his quirk and paralyzed his target. But it was too late for him. Stain already got his blood, and the moment Stain touched his blood, Deku found himself unable to move even a muscle. This society is rotten. Fake, all of them. They are not heroes. They are fakes. But maybe you are worth keeping alive. Stain had a chance to kill Izuku, but he didn't. In fact, he spared his life and moved on towards Ida. Not so fast, came a shout from above as someone dropped from high up, undoubtedly jumped from the rooftop, and came crashing down where Stain was, but surprisingly the hero killer was quite nimble and was able to dodge the attack in the last moment. TCH, Pro Hero 102. During sneak attack, don't speak until the attack is connected. Yuta mutters under his breath while giving an epic stare down to Stain. Izuku, why you are suddenly facing someone like him and why you are here in the first place? Last I checked you didn't come here for your internship, Yuta asked. Both Izuku and Ida were dumbfounded. Not only does someone really come to see them in the nick of time, but he also talks to them like he knows them. Though they found the voice quite familiar, the disguise the other person was in was hard to recognize. His hoodie was on concealing his face, adding more hindrance to the sunglasses he was wearing at night, and even covering his face with a cloth. Who are you?" Izuku asked, but found a familiar feeling. This was the exact feeling when... "It's me, Yuta," Yuta said, but soon understood why they were not recognizing him. Seeing that he was in an alley with just 3 people, he took out his glass and other disguise things he put on to conceal his face. "Yuta," Ida slowly spoke. "He was bleeding badly. This better not cost me my bonus reward." Yuta pursed his lips after seeing Ida. Not like he wasn't worried about Ida, but he knew that that guy survived and was good in the anime. Here too it shouldn't be an issue. "You are the kid who won the UA Sports Festival." Stain looked at Yuta and recognized him. "Oh, you know me." Yuta wasn't sure whether it was a good thing that someone recognized him as an upstart hero or not in his situation, especially when the person who recognized him was the hero killer. "Your speech. I remember your speech about self-sacrifice being the sign of a true hero. Tell me, do you really believe that?" Stain asked with a much fanatic voice, like he found a like-minded person to talk to about his hobby. Well, not sure why you're asking, but yeah, I do. I really believe that the real sign of a true hero is his or her willingness to help others in need without expecting in return. Someone who is even ready to self-sacrifice for the sake of others. That's what I believe a real hero is," Yuta said with a firm tone. He really does believe in this. "Aha! There have been no greater acts of heroism than self-sacrifice. I remember that line that you said. So you too believe that this society is rotten. Heroes are nothing but fakes, and they are polluting and weakening the current society." Stain shouted with a much exaggerated tone. Hearing this talk, both Ida and Izuku frowned. I never said that. You are misunderstanding here." Yuta acted like he didn't know much about Stain's personality. He just wanted to know what exactly motivated this man in front of him to go so far. He can't remember his character origin story in anime, and he was really interested. So a little bit of talking with him shouldn't be an issue, right? Hearing Yuta deny him and even interrupt him midway, Stain frowns. "Then what do you mean, don't you see? Society has been rotten by these fake heroes. They're making our society weak. They need to go. Only then real heroes can take their place," Stain argues back. "Oh, and who will judge that they are a real hero?" Yuta, hearing this, snorted back. "You will? But you have no right." "Well, the government will? But on what basis? Do few lines on a legal paper really identify the real worth of a hero?" Yuta replied in a calm tone. This shut up both Stain and Deku, who was about to open his mouth to refute the hero killer. Currently, the government and the world somewhat use the word heroes to describe professionals who help people. To get this title, one must go through extensive studies and training and prove their skills and dedication. In return, government gives us the right to use our quirk to save others. But I honestly believe that heroism was never supposed to be a profession. Rather, it should be an act which defines a person not by his powers or qualification or from what background he came from, should have nothing to do with his past, whether he go to a certain institution or train under a certain man, but rather what he did at that movement. That act define his character. Everyone has a different term for hero. I can't enforce these terms on someone. Here is a question. Will you save a child who is about to get attacked by a villain? Let's say you do for the time being. Even with that act of kindness, you're not a hero all of a sudden. Nor in the eyes of the government, neither you are forgiven for killing heroes left and right. But for that child, for his family who knew what you did, you'll be a hero, right? You save his life after all. You didn't even have to put yourself in a life-threatening situation. You did what you did because you can. And yet for that child and his family, you will be a hero no matter what the rest of the world has to say. In such a world, how will you define a true hero? Yuta said with a much solemn tone. This also shut up Stain as he wanted to say something, but he couldn't find anything to refute. The boy wasn't questioning his ideals, but rather asking a realistic question. How will anyone find that someone is worthy? He instinctively wanted to name All Might is worthy, but before that, Yuta started talking again. Yeah, sure, there are many true heroes who exist in this world. For example, All Might. The man is currently single-handedly keeping the crime at bay. His persona, as a symbol of peace, is not just for show. Here is another question for you then. Let's say the government tomorrow revokes All Might's hero license. Will people stop looking at him as a hero? Will people stop expecting All Might to come and save them? Yuta asked again, putting not only Stain but even Izuku, Ida, and the recently arrived Todoroki, who was secretly listening, not alerting others of his arrival, under a deep thinking phase about what Yuta said. No, right? They won't, because it's not the piece of paper which defines a hero. They're their actions. All Might is the #1 hero today, not because he wanted to be, but rather others make him the #1 because of his action. In your ideology, you put too much importance on the intentions of heroes. Am I wrong? But are intentions everything? If so, then can anyone be a hero? All they have to do is think about saving people left and right with a completely selfless motive. Which high schooler doesn't think like that in today's society? Yuta asked again, putting more pressure on Stain. His mouth open. For the first time, he started to question his own actions, his own ideology. Still, now he wanted to eradicate all the fake heroes. But not he found himself asking this question. How will he find out who is fake? Intention is good, they are fine, but what matters in the real world are actions. All Might didn't become #1 by just thinking, but because he took action. He brings forth an era of peace. His action spoke for himself that he was worthy. So here's the final question for you. What is the difference between the outcome of what All Might did and what other heroes are doing? How that different? Yuta didn't expect he would be taking a class here and debate about morals, but he himself found the topic much interesting. Seeing no answer to his questions, Yuta could only slightly shake his head and say, I joined the Hero Academy not exactly because I wanted to be a hero. I joined because I wanted to get stronger. Yuta said with a much solemn tone, now that he was talking about his own past. I was a late bloomer and got my quirk very late. My entire childhood was spent as quirkless. It's very hard to survive when you're different, you know. Especially when others have superpowers while you have none. And the adults, or this society, doesn't give two damn about you. So while growing up, I only had two things in mind. Get strong and fix the system as much as possible so others don't go through what you did. Those are my motivations to join UA. Yuta said, and this almost made Izuku grit his teeth. He, after all, has gone through the same childhood. I am not the hero type. Even after idolizing a kind of a hero who can self-sacrifice for others, I am not sure whether I can do it myself. And that is why if anyone asks me about the status of a hero in the modern world, I can only say the word itself is wrong. Instead of heroes, I rather call ourselves police with superpowers. Not that it's a bad thing. After all, the identity of hero, just as I said, shouldn't matter to his past or his profession. The only thing that matters is his actions. A policeman can also be a hero, and a firefighter can also be a hero. And so an ordinary office worker who works hard for his family. After all, it's not on us to call ourselves heroes in the first place. It's on them whose lives we are affected by our actions. A certain line I heard somewhere, and although got nothing to do with heroes at all, but if I just replaced one word, I found it fitting perfectly here. Yuta said, a little smile appearing on his face. He was just about to put all that anime wisdom to good use. It's not because you are a hero that you are recognized. Not at all. In fact, it is because you are recognized that you become a hero. Hearing Yuta's monologue, everyone was in deep thinking. Stain was questioning his ideals and actions for the first time, while the other three aspiring heroes and Yuta's classmates were reflecting on their own choices in life. Were they really training to be heroes, or just how Yuta said, police with superpowers? Having some idea about what others were thinking, Yuta sighed. This is what the reality of the situation is. Having all those superpowers is cool and everything, but those alone doesn't make everyone a hero. In fact, it causes more chaos. 'Cause when everyone is special, no one is. This line was kind of stick with him from his last world. Surprising how much wisdom these words pack for a quote coming out of a kid's movie. Okay, enough chit-chat. Now tell me, Mr. Hero Killer, are you going to come with me willingly, or I have to drag you out of here? Yuta changed the topic. He talked so much about his own morals, just because he really wanted to say what he felt like to someone who wouldn't just immediately judge him. The people he usually surrounds himself, like Deku, and others might not judge him, but won't understand him either. They idealized heroes too much for that. Stain, on the other hand, was the perfect person who could understand what he meant. It doesn't matter whether he remembers it or not, whether he does something about this or not. Stain himself, after seeing Yuta was getting ready to fight him, shook his head, putting all the confusion in his mind aside. Right now, he has to focus on the fight in front of him. After all, in front of him was the person who not only understood his idea, but also showed him how delusional his own idea to some point was. Not to mention the boy who won the UA Sports Festival, and because Stain liked Yuta's speech, he watches all of his matches and other performances. It was hardly that Yuta used his own quirk when fighting others in the sports festival, so there was no doubt that the boy in front of him was capable. Yuta took a stance, ready to reveal the technique, which he was working so hard for. Took him almost forever to perfect it, but finally here he was. Get ready. Don't tell me later that I didn't warn you, and I don't act like a hero, haha. Yuta joked, earning a little snort and smirk from Stain, who too got ready. Though he still was conflicted, he did know one thing. He approved of the boy in front of him. Thus he won't kill him, but he wants to see how strong he is. After all, just like how he said, actions matter much more than pointless intent and ideals. Alpha 25%. So are you? Stain was ready to intercept anything Yuta threw at him. But just after he heard the word Toru, the boy almost disappeared. Stain would have believed that he had a teleportation quirk, if not for the fact that he knew better and he caught a very fast and blurry figure coming at him. But getting a glimpse of someone moving so fast was one thing. Countering that person was another ballpark altogether. Suddenly, he felt all the air inside him leave him as intense pain ran through his body. Barely able to look down, only to see the boy appear there like a ghost, and one of the boy's fists connected with his gut. Now be a good villain and sleep until real heroes come here. That was the last thing he heard before falling face first. Izuku, Todoroki, and even Ida, someone known for his speed, were astonished and dumbfounded after seeing what Yuta did. What is the difference between what he did right now and a person with a speed-type quirk? No one knew better than Ida. Well, it's taken care of this one, I guess. Now we should be moving out of here before someone catches us, Yuta was saying, but just as he was about to complete, he saw people coming toward his direction. They were none other than other heroes, actually running behind the same Nomu whom Yuta put under the illusion. Shit. Soon after that, heroes and police caught Stain, but the real credit for catching the guys was given to other heroes, as the 4 boys who fought the hero killer were still not real pro heroes. Stain, on the other hand, now knows that he was making mistakes and didn't see the full picture, and it was only because of the kid who really caught him that he realized that. The said kid was currently in the hospital, not for himself, but rather he followed Deku and others. And though he tried hard, he couldn't keep his identity hidden for long. At least only a limited number of people knew who he was, or to be more exact, what he did. You 4 broke the law, said the police chief, who looked like a dog for some reason. It was my fault. Ida immediately took the blame. No, I also acted. I should have looked for a pro hero, Izuku said with his face down. I am partly responsible too. Todoroki chipping in from the side. The police chief just as he lastly turns his head towards Yuta at last. And what about you? Don't you have anything to say? He asked with curious gazes at Yuta. After he read the report, although it was written that pro heroes took down Stain in the official report, but these 4 defeated the hero killer unofficially. But that still was not on the mark. He knew better. It was the young man in front of him who actually took out the infamous hero killer alone. And that too with just 1 punch. Nah, I'm good, Yuta said nonchalantly. You're good? Got nothing to apologize. The police chief asked with doubt, wondering whether he was prideful to apologize. Though he got the capital to do so, considering what he achieved, still it wasn't very hero-like of him. You know, there's no point in saying sorry when I know that I most likely will do it again if someone is in danger. I mean, that's what we heroes are supposed to do, right? Feel free to blame me or punish if you wish. That is your choice. I can't change that. Just like not much can change what I will do at times like this, Yuta said with a nonchalant tone. The only adult teacher present there was Gran Torino. He thought was teaching Deku only, but currently, he was also representing UA. All right, kid, that's enough, Gran Torino said. He felt that he was dealing with that stubborn kid teenage version of All Might all of a sudden again. But All Might usually wasn't this hard-hearted about something. I see. But if that cost you your entire hero career? The dog-faced man asked. Yeah, sure. I wasn't much hero type anyways. So it's fine if I'm going out as a hero. Yuta said this, and put everyone in the spot stunned. Yuta was very nonchalant about his reply like he really didn't care. Sigh, damn teenagers. Well, anyway, I still want to show my gratitude for what you did. Though in the eyes of law, you were breaking rules, but just like how you describe, if you didn't act today, then who knows how many good heroes we would have lost in that madman's hand? Chief of the police said as he was bowing before all four of them. And while others got flustered over this, Yuta was more interested in his reward. He just didn't got time yet to check them out. Major quest, Killer Beat, complete. Main quest, find and defeat Hero Killer Stain, complete. Reward, plus 25 minutes of hero time. Secondary quest, beat Nomu, complete. Reward, Spider Sense. Bonus quest, prevent injuries, failed. Oh man, I was too late to prevent both Izuku's and Ida's injuries. Damn it. It was another beautiful morning as Yuta found himself running late as usual, not having time to admire the admittedly quite impressive gait of Yue. Seemingly, it was a permanent case when it came to him. He jumped across the wall like usual and rushed for his class. Soon after the attack of Nomu in the city and the hero killer incident, it was time to return to Yue. There wasn't much goodbye time with Mirio and Nighteye's after the hero killer incident. As Yuta himself was involved, the police didn't punish him, but Nighteye's was a different case altogether. This means the remaining days of the internship were not as good for our hero, but otherwise, everything was fine. Making his way to his class, while expertly navigating through the maze-like structure of a UA building, Yuta soon found his class. I gotta find a way to get here early, he complained as he panted with exhaustion washing over him. Though now he had much more hero time at his disposal, he still was reluctant to waste that time if it wasn't absolutely necessary. Running from his home to UA and not taking transport was an intentional choice of his. This not only kick-started his day with some exercise, but due to this, he didn't have to change his habit of early morning runs which he built up while he was preparing for UA in the 10 months he had. In fact, the so-called Saitama training that his system gave him as a daily task in those 10 months still stuck with him. He daily does 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, and then runs from his home here, which should be a little over 10 kilometers. Upon entering the class, he found all the familiar faces of his friends and classmates. But right now, he was only interested in one face. A face which others can't even see, no one but him and him alone. Toru Swan. Yuta did his best to imitate a certain cook in his mind before he came back to reality and started walking towards his seat. He himself wasn't sure why, but he was looking forward to coming back to UA. After all, Toru agreed to go out with him. Although he worded it that way back then, he himself believed that Toru answered him according to what he really wanted to ask, like going on a date. Yuta was still very much looking forward to that date. His eyes then fall on the other boys who are sharing stories of their internship with others, and internally he laughs. These idiots don't even know what they're missing out on. Some might say that the best girl in the class is either Momo or Mina, but the fools have no idea that the real deal is someone their mortal eyes can't even see. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. Okay, enough. You still haven't gotten a green light from her, so don't make future plans yet. Yuta stops overthinking as his past experience kicks in to wash away his enthusiasm. After all, he didn't have much luck when it came to the fairer gender in his last life, let alone here. What are you doing standing here, problem child? A cold voice of his homeroom teacher suddenly rang from behind him, once again making him feel that he hardly had time to talk with his classmates, let alone flirt with a girl if he comes this late in the class. All right, today you guys have to report to All Might as he will be conducting a practical test on the field, Aizawa said after taking the roll call. I don't remember anything about this. Or maybe I forgot. Yuta pondered as he made his way toward the locker to change. A small smile appeared on his face when he saw his new and improved hero costume. The last one, which he ordered after getting inspired by Metal Bat from One Punch Man, was awesome, but others started looking at him like he was a real delinquent when he was in an internship. So he had to stop wearing that and send a letter to UA to make him a new one. Whoa, man, you changed your hero costume. Kirishima and Mineta were the ones who spotted the difference before the others. This time he based the design on what jujitsu sorcerers wear in the anime. That was his second best choice when choosing a costume. It was a black uniform but black pants, and for good measure, Yuta also got himself an accessory belt, globes, a mask, a customized hood, and much more. It was just the color scheme which he was stuck at, like he wasn't sure whether to go for black like most jujitsu sorcerers do, or go white as Yuta from the series had a white uniform, and that looked dope as well. He had to get a new one as the last one was, well, say people after seeing me in that uniform started to really consider me a delinquent. Ha! Yuta said as others who were listening to him on the side nodded in affirmation. Like stating, I told you. This one looks good on you, Kirishima said. Thanks. There wasn't much about the hero killer considering Ida, Deku, and Toridoki have already enough time to narrate the entire story before he even came to UA. So technically, he was the only one who couldn't flaunt his heroic story among the group. Early birds really do take the grain, I guess. Hey guys, forget about that. Come here, this is the legacy our seniors have left us, Mineta said as, oh. Izuka noticed the small hole on the wall in confusion and asked, a hole which connects to girls' change room, Mineta said with a perverted rat-like smile on his face. Sigh. All Might gathered the entire Class 1A and led them to Field Gamma, a specialized training area designed to hone their rescue skills. As they arrived, the students couldn't help but be awed by the sight before them. The training field was filled with heavy industrial materials, massive iron pipes, and various obstacles that simulated a disaster-stricken environment. All right, everyone, welcome to Field Gamma, All Might began, his voice strong and loud as usual. Honestly, Yuta now started to find this particular trait a little annoying with most of the shonen characters. This area is specifically built to train young heroes like you in rescue missions. It's designed to mimic real-world scenarios where you'll need to save people in difficult and dangerous environments. All Might said as he explained the training area around him. I see. But why exactly here? Don't we have USJ for this same purpose? Asuya asked with confusion on her face. But let's be honest here, the girl always looked confused, WTH, that fog-like face of hers. Actually, now that Yuta thing about it, it's strange how she manages to look cute even after her face kind of resembles a frog. Ah, good question, young Azui. Allow me to explain. You see, USJ is specially designed for simulating disaster, and to some extent rescue as well, but that usually doesn't happen that often. What young heroes like you will face more in your career are small rescue operations, like here. There is no apparent disaster or danger in the place itself, but the area itself is very complex. This will allow you to learn how to be agile and save others with a calm mind. All Might explained calmly. He gestured towards the towering structures and scattered debris. You'll be dealing with collapsed buildings, hazardous materials, and tight spaces. Your task today is to navigate these obstacles and perform rescue operations. This means finding injured civilians, providing first aid, and safely transporting them to a designated safe zone. In today's case, that civilian will be me. The students listened and broke out in multiple chatter groups. Most of them weren't even talking about the task at hand, but rather normal gossiping. All Might continued, we'll be observing your performance and giving you feedback to help you improve. So, give it your all and show us what you've got. Let's start with the very first group of heroes. All Might pointed out Shiro, Deku, and Yuta as the first group. With that, the students of Class 1A geared up, ready to take on the challenges of Field Gamma. Yuta stretched his body as he found the new hero costume really comfy for some reason. He'd already gotten a few compliments from boys and girls upon changing into this new costume, and he didn't know whether to be happy about their appreciative words or be depressed knowing how much they hated the last costume. Yuta, Deku's suddenly calling from the side. I want you to take this race seriously, Izuku said as Yuta found not only Deku but even Todoroki giving him a stare down. What do you mean? Yuta asked with a fake cheery tone. Cut the drama dynamic. This was Shoto this time who spoke with a glaring face and using Yuta's hero name. Something even Yuta hardly calls himself. We all know that you hold back your power most of the time. I don't want that. At the sports festival, You defeated me even before I realized it. Is this why you hide your power so much for? That you get an element of surprise? But then you also didn't use your quirk against Bakugo at all. In fact, in the entire sports festival, you only use your quirk against me. Todoroki stated with a cold and calculated voice, which made Yuta realize that his lie about his quirk being a power-type quirk wouldn't last for long. He really needs to come up with something better, a kind of quirk which describes his system well. If a student is asking this question all of a sudden, then he can only wonder what the upper management of UA was thinking. Yes, Yuta, please don't hold back. We want to see what you are really capable of. Deku continues. Zero on the side didn't say anything, but he felt that his idiot classmates just doomed him with them just now. Okay, I will be serious this time. Yuta replied with a plain tone, which was the height of his seriousness. On your marks, this was the time when All Might started the countdown for the race. Get set. The rules were simple. Whoever found the target before won. Being a rescue mission, this race didn't have a fixed finishing, but rather an element of finding the target was also added to the race. Go! All Might shouted. Zero, with tapes coming out of his arms, resembles much like Spider-Man in this place, filled with pipes and other industrial stuff, giving him a terrain in which he can shine. Todoroki, on the other hand, was more streamlined, as he was using both his fire and ice to use his speed as slid through the area. God, this place is almost made for me, Zero said as he swung himself with much ease only for a certain green blur to speed past him. This was none other than Deku. Those movements, Bakugo, seeing the live video of Deku using OFA at around 8%, was livid. Blood started to rush at his face, his eyes started to take a dangerous red color. While I was wasting time with that hairstylist, Deku was getting stronger. Where is Yuta? Someone suddenly asked. This attracted everyone's attention. Even All Might, who was watching the race and trying to spot Yuta even before the student pointed out, frowns as he could see him. But then suddenly his eyes widen a little bit, because he spots a fast-moving shadow way ahead of the other three. Alpha 25%. So are you? Yuta smirked, as he was almost a flash at this point, moving closer and closer to the place where All Might put his voice recorder tape to call for help. That was the only thing which was throwing Yuta off by now. The place was so complex and easy to lose that even with his great speed, finding the target with just the sound was hard. Oh, I know what to do. Suddenly a great plan came to his mind. Bastard, how did you do that? Bakugo came running as almost was ready to start a fight with Yuta. I don't get it. I thought yours was a power-type quirk, then how come you can fly? Todoroki asked with an equal amount of disbelief. Aha, let me show you. Yuta, seeing that almost everyone was interested in knowing, decided to use Jeppo or moonwalk in front of others. He, with OFA 25%, started tapping his foot in the air, making small shock waves which propelled himself up, while he was still maintaining a low altitude for others to see what he was doing. Others looking at this took some time to comprehend what he was doing, but smart people like Bakugo, Todoroki, All Might, and more were able to see through his technique in an instant. How is this even possible? You are kicking the very air to propel yourself up, Deku asked with much amazement. Even someone like All Might wonders why didn't he ever come up with something similar. While hardly put more thoughts on his legs, he was mainly a puncher. Bakugo on the side grit his teeth, while others just amazed at the simplicity of the technique, yet they knew that it was harder to do than it looked. And what about that insane speed? You were hiding something like this, right? I remember you used something similar against Stain back then. Todoroki pointed out that even Yuta wasn't expecting that Mr. Half and Half would remember things in that detail. Yes, that too is a technique I come up with, while Jippo, or moonwalk, or skywalk, whatever you want to call it, is for air maneuverability. That technique which you saw back then was for pure speed. I call it Soru. Yuta said, but didn't show the technique to others. After all, using this technique not only burns away his hero time, but also puts pressure on his legs. He'd rather not do that for a long time, if possible. It's still uncomfortable. Seeing the boy wasn't planning on more of his techniques, All Might too just cut the talk short and announced, winner of this race is Yuta. Young Yuta, I want to talk with you about something. Would you mind having lunch with me? All Might suddenly be called him out after the classes ended. This came out of nowhere, making even Yuta, who knew that sooner or later the UA higher-up would ask for what kind of quirk he has or about his powers. He quickly glanced at the leaving invisible girl. Another chance lost about asking for that date. She hadn't talked with him yet either, making his singlehood statue go away a fleeting thought. I'm okay, sure, All Might. Yuta tried to put his best smile on his face, but unlike how he usually pulled that off, this time it didn't come out right. Good, then let's go, All Might said with his usual trademark resounding voice, irritating Yuta even further. Yuta previously started to dislike this loud personality of his, but now it was becoming official that he don't like it. When Yuta reached a teacher office where All Might wanted to talk with him, he also found Izuku there for some reason. Blinking, Yuta started to reassess his expectations. Izuku being here means that this talk has much more to do with just his quirk. Yuta, you are here as well, Izuku said with a robotic tone. Seems like he wanted to say something else entirely, but mid-sentence changed what he was going to say. But the very obvious look the then sent at All Might wasn't helping his case either. Yeah, All Might invited me to have lunch together and also had something to talk to. You being here means that it's also related to him, considering it's All Might and the only connection seen here is our quirks. You might want to talk about them, Yuta said nonchalantly, but this got a rise out of Deku. But Yuta didn't expose the boy. In fact, if possible, he didn't want to be part of his AFO killer squad. First, he didn't get anything out of that. Second, he'd rather stay under the radar as much as possible, besides the action he took to get more rewards, of course. Upon entering the class, Yuta saw both Headmaster Nizu, aka the rocket with less flair or explosive, Aizawa, and one another man whom Yuta didn't know sitting there. No one else was in the class. This further confuses Yuta. What was with the combination? If it was him alone with the 3 pro heroes, then he could at least say that he F*** up somewhere, and they're on to him. Though honestly, there wasn't much to him besides his system. He, after all, is not a criminal. If it was just All Might and Deku, then mostly about the quirk. But this strange combination was, well, strange. Good afternoon, Professor Nizu, Aizawa Sensei. Yuta, paying the good student, greeted both the pro hero while also somewhat displaying that he is cool before sending an inquiring glance at All Might, like asking if are they also included in this talk of yours. There was also a glance at the expensive cake on the table, making All Might confuse what exactly he was trying to convey. Did he want the cake? In reality, Yuta only looked at the cake just because he was hungry. There was no other meaning. There was also about that unknown man. There was something which irked him, like he was supposed to know him. He almost felt like a UA teacher in that sleek plant and shirt get-up, but Yuta, being the paranoid bastard, he was long had memoried all the staff members' faces and even names. This man was never there in the list. Please have some snacks, kids, and also meet my good friend Nomus Sakachi. He is a detective in the police force. He is here for a case we have been investigating for a long time. Nizu with a normal calm tone. Yuta, on the other hand, was putting his brain into overdrive move to remember any character with that name, but none came to his mind. But he do know that there was a detector in the anime. Just can't remember what his role was. All might have something important to talk to you two about, so please relax, Nizu said as both Yuta and Izuku sat on the opposite side of them. Deku looked nervous while Yuta focused more on his spider sense. He hadn't gotten a chance to use it much in real life, but the 2 times it activated it worked flawlessly, saving him from Mirio's attack in training. No doubt that if there was any danger here, then his spider sense would have alerted him beforehand. So in knowing that there was not much to worry about, he thought about taking the cake in front of him, but then a sudden realization came to him. What if the cake is poisonous or had some kind of drug? Surely this was his paranoid self acting again, but the thought which once generated was hard to remove. Not to mention he doubts that even his spider sense can notify about poison or other drugs. So though he so much wanted to eat the damn cake, he restrained himself, acting like he didn't care. So what you wanted to talk to us about, All Might? Yuta directly jumped to the main topic. No casual talk, no warming up. This was his style? Well, more like a lack of communication skills. A big reason he is a loner. Ah yes. Well, what I want to tell to both of you 2 boys is very much complicated, and a little more information about myself is important here to explain the situation. All Might said. Yes, indeed. It's a little too long story. Thus I intend that we start with something much simpler. Nizu immediately chipped in. Aizawa kept his silence. Oh, and what that would be? Yuta asked, playing along. Well, of course it's about you. That's why you are here after all. You see, Yuta, we in UA give much attention to our students and make them improve. It has come to my notice that your quirk is not exactly a power-type quirk like you mentioned in your form. I meant to inform your homeroom teacher to talk to you about this, to bring out the full capabilities of your quirk, but now that we have met like this, why don't we start with that? Do you have any idea what kind of quirk you possess? Nizu asked with a smile on his face. There it is, knew that this was coming sooner or later. Honestly, I can't outsmart someone like Nizu. Telling big lies in front of him is just impossible. He is too smart to risk it. The only way to make them believe is to answer truthfully as much as possible while still hiding my system from them. It's just that new guy present is irking me somewhat. Why is he here? Who is he? My queer. Yuta suddenly stopped. He wanted to answer Nizu's question, but the moment he opened his mouth, spider sense started to tingle. Something was wrong. Acted like he was thinking. That was the only thing he could do, not knowing why suddenly his senses did that. What he was about to say was the truth. So why? What possible it could be? Am I not noticing something here? Am I missing something? What would the spider sense tingle like that? I only wish I had a little more experience with his power. To learn how it works at least. Let me see how to explain it. My queer. Yuta tried to check again, and it happened once again. How do I explain my power? Yuta tries again, but this time nothing happens. He was clearly missing something here, but seeing that spider sense didn't go off like the last two times, he continued. Though saying that it's a power-type Yuta said, continuing his sentence, but he felt it again, the spider tingle again. Yuta only whispered this time around, but it happened again. The tingling was triggered when he saw Quirk. He wasn't sure why, but whatever, just call it power. Seeing this stuttering and thinking both Nizu and that detective subtly glance at each other when they thought that Yuta wasn't listening. Unknown to them, Yuta observed that due to his increased eyesight range granted by Sharingan, he was observing every twitch from everyone around him, trying to figure out what's going on. After all, coming up with a sentence he spoke. Considering that it increases my power is not wrong, but that is not exactly what it is. Though it is hard to explain, I will describe myself as a strength-type power with certain limitations and few add-ons. Yuta places every word with much attention. For the time being, trying to avoid saying quirk in any of his sentences. Oh, then are you willing to explain how your quirk exactly works? What are the limitations and what add-ons are we talking about? Nizu asked good-naturedly, like he was asking about Yuta's birth date and not the kind of information which can give villains or other people an ace over him. If they know about hero time, then it will be an issue. But maybe both Nizu and Aizawa saw Yuta looking at the detective at this time and spoke out. Don't worry about Detective Naomasa here. You could trust him just as much as you trust any of us here, Nizu added. Yeah, like hell, I don't trust shit in you. Maybe if it was All Might saying this, then I might have some confidence. Yuta wanted to say, but I'm okay. Well, so my power is kind of limited by time. I can't use it for a long time, unlike how others can. Yuta replied, internally sighing. He didn't want to say this, but seeing there was no way out, he complied. It might only look like he has a choice to say his limits or weaknesses here, but in reality, that ain't the case. If he doesn't come clean, then mostly UA will be after his tail. That might explain how you don't use your quirk so often. Did you try to use your quirk for a long time? You should have told this to teachers, you know, Yuta. Here in UA, we have the best professionals regarding quirks. They can help you. How does your quirk work? Nizu continues. I would have, but I too did. Yuta stops again. Shit, I am saying something which I shouldn't. What were you saying? Nizu asked in curiosity. On the size, both Aizawa and the so-called detective were looking at all of Yuta's smallest of details and movements. Yuta too has learned much about body language, and with his paranoid personality, he long trains himself to control his body language as much as possible. But how much it was remains to be seen. He only hoped that all that hard work was not for nothing. Honestly, I just didn't want to tell anyone about hero time's limitations, Yuta said slowly, taking his time with each word. ready to change anything if needed. He wasn't sure how accurate spider senses are, but following them is at least better than shooting him blind here. And thankfully the tingle this time didn't come. I can understand that you didn't want to show your weakness, kid, but remember that we are here to help you. So don't keep things all to yourself. We as teachers won't be able to help you if we don't understand your quirk well. This time it was Aizawa who said this. Oh, sensei. Yuta just nodded. Hero time. Is that the name of your quirk? Nizu asked. Yuta, not knowing how to answer, just decided to nod his head in confirmation without actually verbally answering. And there was no reaction from Spider Sense, so he kept going, making sure that he was taking his time and explaining in a way that they thought that he was still talking about his quirk. With the help of Sharingan, he was able to see a little reaction coming out of the detective's face, but he was so quick to mask it that Yuta believed that no one besides Sharingan might have noticed it. I can use my power for a certain amount of time, every day. I have tried using it beyond that, but it just don't work. Like a battery, I got juice for only a certain time, and to use the powers more I have to wait for tomorrow. Yuta explained, again slowly while trying to be as vague about it as possible. Oh, interesting. Meaning that using your powers you will lose the ability to use them completely until the next day. Now I see why you call it hero time. Nizu asked with interest. This time it at least felt genuine. It's very interesting. So what can you do with hero time? Nizu asked with a gleam in his eyes. Yuta was practically dreading this question, but it was finally here. It's very interesting. So what can you do with hero time? Nizu asked with a gleam in his eyes. Yuta was practically dreading this question, but it was finally here. Now he can't do anything but to explain himself by trying to conceal as much as information as possible. Some time passed, and by now this so-called casual talk between student and teacher had started to turn into an interrogation. Internally, Yuta was quite irritated, but externally, he was looking into the talk, showing himself as someone who first didn't want to talk about his quirk, to someone who, though still pondering things now, is more open and even actively asking for suggestions from teachers around him. The problem was that Nizu was a shameless piece of shit, continuously asking him questions which he struggled to answer. He in fact fumbled many times as a spider sense acted all of a sudden, and he has to reframe himself from speaking in a certain way or a certain work, while also acting like he is thinking about how to explain his powers by thinking of an example to explain his powers. A certain example would be Yuta trying to hide his Sharingan powers of illusion from them, but even after stating that he has superhuman strength, Nizu, in the end, ended the question with a simple, "Is that it?" At first, Yuta wanted to just agree, but Spider Sense kicked in and he stopped himself. Ultimately, he has to mask his illusion powers under King Engine's side effects of making others fearful and uncertain. It was literal hell, like with every word. He was a few inches apart from landmines. Of course, the teachers gave him time, but it was getting tiresome already. I see. So that's it, Nizu asked again. Yep, pretty much, Yuta said with much hesitation, though he was able to use wordplay to hide his Sharingan, but will that work? Seeing that there was no spider sense tingling, he sighed in relief. I swear I will get back at this rat sooner or later for making me go through this. Well, look at the time. I am sorry if I took too much time. I was just fascinated by your quirk. This is the first time I have seen a quirk like yours, you know. Nizu said, good-naturedly. I won't worry. It was about time I explained it anyway. Yuta answered, and with no tingling, he was telling the truth as he was coming up with an alternative quirk idea for his hero time. By the way, I just have this one last question. I hope you won't mind it. Nizu asked. I'm okay. What else Yuta can do besides agreeing to answer? How do you get your quirk, and when? Nizu asked. There it is. This was the fucking question which I was waiting for. As long as I made it clear that no one gave me this quirk, I should be clear. Yuta, though. Let me see. I remember when I first activated this quirk. It was the day when that slug monster attacked Bakugo in the street. Oma was also there. The mud monster got a hold of Bakugo, but no other hero was able to help him. And I saw Izuku running forward to save Bakugo. Yuta said as it was nostalgia. Hearing this, not only Yuta, but even All Might and Deku, who was frowning a little by now upon seeing how many questions Nizu had and how the talk felt more like an interrogation, finally broke out with a smile. That day surely brought changes in the lives of many people thanks to the small actions of a few. I heard it from All Might. So was that day when you got your quirk? Nizu asked, like with a gleam on his face, knowing that this was what he wanted to ask exactly. Even All Might looked a little tense and glances at both Yuta and the detective. Yes, that was the day when I got my powers, Yuta replied, tactfully replacing the word quirk with power. I see. How may I ask how you got it? Nizu finally asked the last question. Seemingly, he too looked a little tired. Well, I remember having a choice to stay back or go forward. If I decided to take the step forward, then I would be choosing the hero path. I knew that it would be hard, but I took the step. Rest is history, Yuta said with a smile. This confuses many people. But to both Deku and All Might, these words felt familiar. A phenomenon in which a person's legs move on there to rush toward a person in need to save them. That is the mark of a true hero. Unknowingly, there was a smile on both of their faces. Seeing the answer a little vague, Nizu decided to ask another question just to make it sure. I see. So you're saying that in the time of need, when you need to save young Bakugo, you manifested your quirk. That's when you first time got it. You quirk, Nizu said, giving the obvious emphasis on that time, and then and there. After all, there is no way that one for all will appear like a little fairy and give him a quirk just in the time of need, in front of Blood, All Might, who was there all the time. I did get my powers just then. Yuta didn't toy around this time anymore. He just answers the core question, which will make Nizu get out of his back. Good, that's a great tale indeed, Nizu said, finally returning to his half-cold tea. Nizu, though I appreciate your tea, but I should now really go back. The detective suddenly spoke for the first time in the entire conversation. But then he suddenly looked at Yuta and asked a question. Say, young man, have we ever met or you ever heard about me? This question, though, sounded much like a little curiosity, but for some reason gave Yuta a feeling that is the most important question of the day till now. So he thought about it. He did remember that there was a figure of a detective in MHA, but that's it. He doesn't know shit about him. This man in front of him could be that detective, but he is not sure so in case. And no, never heard of you. Sorry, don't mind if you're famous or anything. I'm just not much into celebrities or anything, Yuta replied honestly. Don't worry. I am no celebrity. Just found you familiar looking, that all. Forget it. So I'll be going on. All Might, Nizu, and Aizawa. You all have some excellent students here. And you two young men, work hard to be a pro hero. The detective said with a laugh and then left, leaving both Yuta and Deku in confusion. Who the F*** was he? Ahem. I am sorry for taking so long time. Aizawa, I am sure that this much information about the child Quirk should be enough to help him improve. Nizu asked. Will do. Aizawa just nodded. Good. Then All Might, you can go on now. Nizu pointed to All Might. Thank you. So young Yuta, have something important to talk to you about. Everyone here in this room already knows, but the condition has accelerated to the point that now you two should know about this. All Might said with suspense building up. Known about what? And Izuku, you are into this as well? Yuta acted. After all, what else All Might want to talk about besides his scary mission to stop his arch-nemesis? Yuta and his classmates in Class 1A were hard at work preparing for their upcoming exams. Well, at least they were, as Yuta Long was done with his syllabus. His idea of investing his time in his studies early on was right after all, leaving him enough time now to train and get stronger. He also kind of has a very buggy ability called Sharingan. All he needs is one look to remember everything from the book after all. The atmosphere was filled with determination as everyone pushed themselves to their limits, knowing how crucial these exams were for their future as heroes. In the classroom, Yuta could be seen poring over his notes, reviewing various strategies and techniques they had learned. If only they knew that this was the only time he was actually studying. No, correction. Imprinting the information on his brain. Only because in class was the only time when he couldn't really train himself. Around him, his classmates were equally focused. Izuku was muttering to himself, analyzing every possible scenario he might face. The kid has some talent when it comes to that. Bakugo, as always, was intense and explosive. During training sessions, they practiced tirelessly. Yuta worked on perfecting his punches and kicks, incorporating the techniques he had learned from boxing into his hero training. This was also a time for him to use his newly extended time to shine, as now he had a whopping 2 hours of hero time every day. Group study sessions became a common sight. Everyone gathered in the common room, sharing tips and helping each other out. Yuta often found himself studying alongside Toru, but unfortunately, the girl, as if completely forgotten about their date plan, never brought up the subject. Yuta too didn't say anything, as even if she did remember it, there was just no time on his hand, or he'd doubt in hers as well that they can actually arrange a date. Even during breaks, the students couldn't help but talk about the exams. Though it was a hero school, but a school nonetheless and academic was still a big part of their life. Overall, everyone was preparing for the upcoming exams. Yuta, though, wasn't panicking. He knew that he had this exam in the bag. What worried him more was the talk with All Might and Nisa back then. It had been a while since All Might asked for that lunch, and later that turned into a full-blown interrogation. He still had no idea whether he was still in the clear when it came to UA's side, but he hoped so at least. He is not sure what else he can do to prove he has nothing to do with All for One. The biggest reason others might think that he is connected to that man is because, one, he used to be a quirkless boy, and second, he has shown capabilities of more than one quirk. That last part was extremely alerting for others. No one has more than one quirk like that. No one except one man. This was also the reason why Yuta even bothered to explain that his Soru or Jeppo were techniques and not quirks back to the class, and All Might, willingly showing that would just save him a ton of trouble. After the interrogation came the history of both All for One and One for All from All Might. He explains everything much like in the anime, like how his quirk has been passed down to him by someone else, and how he has passed that quirk to Izuku, who is All for One, and how big of a problem is it? And lastly, why exactly he was telling all this to Yuta in the first place? Seeing how your hero time is so similar to One for All, there's a possibility that All for One will target you. I mean, why the F not? Well, I was expecting when I copied his quirk. But let's be honest, All Might was the best choice I had back then. If AFO was where back when I got the opportunity to copy a quirk, then I would have chosen him, no question asked. Yuta just sighed as he finally entered the exam hall with gusto. It might not be the hero time, but he will damn make sure that he is still the hero in this test. Are you sure that you didn't miss anything there? Nizu asked Nomus as he called him as soon as the talk about AFO ended between Yuta and All Might. Yes, you don't have to worry, the kid is clear. I had a feeling that the child knew me and my quirk, and he was trying to use certain words and phrases to throw us off guard. But that last question I asked clears my doubt. The kid doesn't know me. There is no way that he knows I can detect lies. Nomus replied. I see. Thank you for your hard work, Mesa. Thanks for coming to help us. Nizu replied with a content smile on his face. After the academic test, it was time for the practical exams. Probably the best kind of test according to some students, as long as few broken ribs and bones are not an issue. This test was taken on different days, as many UA teachers have to be present there, though it's not usually the case like that, as last year the test was done with robots. But after seeing how the villain activities have improved and the threat from League of Villains, UA decided to up the challenge for the little heroes. Now all of them will be facing their own teachers as villains. According to how Nizu explains, the students will be paired in groups of 2 and will face one of the teachers as part of their final test. Heroes like All Might, Eraserhead, Midnight, Present Mike, 13, and more were present there. Yuta, though, didn't care as long as he didn't face someone like All Might or Aizawa. The last one was someone he has no idea whether he can beat or not. He doesn't use a quirk after all, but there's a possibility that his quirks stop his hero time. Maybe. Yuta, may I talk with you a sec? Came a sweet sound when Yuta noticed no one in particular calling for him, but only after seeing the floating gloves in front that he realized who this person was. Toru. Yuta stiffened. There was the girl in her full glory. All he had to do was activate his Sharingan. Gulp. I wanted to talk to you about something. Would you mind waiting for me after the exam? Toru said slowly. Yuta could practically sense her being nervous. What is it? Does she want to reject my date request? Maybe. Yuta for a second stiffened before animatedly answering to her question. "Yes, sure," he smiled. "Great. I will meet you outside the school after the exam. Do your best." She suddenly got cheerful and waved her hand. Seeing the gloves waving around in the air, Yuta too just waved back. "Sigh. Idiot, what are you doing? That was such a good chance." All you had to do was open Sharingan. Suddenly a sound came. Starting Yuta, he looked around only to find a mini version of him in devil uniform berating him while standing on his shoulders. "What are you looking at? Don't tell me you don't know what's going on here. I am you, but the bad boy version. The kind who actually got girls." Asterisk I twitch. Yuta held back, and a burst of profound language from coming out of his mouth as he saw the mini devil scold him. "You are such a disappointment. When I was your age, I had 3 wives and 4 children." "What?" Yuta suddenly felt like someone was joking with him. He shifted his head to the other side, expecting the angel version of him in miniature form standing there. But there was no one. "What da hail? What are you doing? Can't you even listen properly?" Mini Yuta Bearted. Yuta blinked and was about to ask why his left which should technically have another mini him with white wings and halo standing there. But before that, the devil Yuta spoke up. "What you searching for that bastard? He was so disappointed in you that he didn't even bother coming. There is no light for you, failure." "What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk?" Yuta all but shouted at the ridiculousness of the situation. The so-called comedic phase went out pretty quickly, however, as the exams finally started. "Deku and Yuta, you will be facing." Nizu started, but before the bastard mouse, who Yuta swore to gut him one day or other, completed his sentence. A dark shadow covered the sun before jumping down. In all his glory, in front of Theme was standing the number 1 hero and the symbol of peace, All Might. "I am here, and I will be the obstacle which both of you two has to overcome." Young Yuta and Midoriya. All Might said, but this nearly gave a heart attack to both Yuta and Izuku. Others were giving them both a pitted look, while Bakugo on the side snorted. He honestly wanted to fight All Might himself. How that is possible there will be a problem with the Tell Might, how we're going to out the Tiso opposed to Urkutawatera Weganado. Izuku retreated back to his mumbling self, trying to overanalyze the situation. "Don't worry, young Midoriya. Look at this." All Might grinned as he saw the weights he was wearing in both his hands and legs. "They're highly compressed weights, which will slow us down. So it's not like you don't have chance. Not to mention, it's not all about direct combat either. There are in fact 2 ways for students to pass the exam. One is, of course, to beat their respective teacher who will be taking their exam, while the other is to escape the exam here, while villains, your teachers in this case, will try to stop you. As long as any one of the students can escape the area of the test, both of you will pass." All Might said with his trademark smile, though the man suddenly started to look much more sadistic in Yuta's eyes. "All right, then let the exam begin." Present Mike shouted. "Here are the matches. Momo and Todoroki versus Aizawa. Kaminari and Mina versus Nizu. Aoyama and Achiko versus 13. Rikido and Kyoka versus Present Mike. Azui and Tokoyami versus Ectoplasm. Hanta and Mineta versus Midnight. Mizo and Toru versus Sniper. Bakugo and Kirishima versus Cementos. Tenya and Mashireo versus Power Loader. And lastly, Izuku and Yuta versus All Might. "Let go plus Ultra," Present Mike shouted, and Yuta felt like his head buzzing from inside. Yuta and Izuku found themselves sweating awfully a lot as their turn to fight was nearing. Yuta had no idea how many different strategies Deku came up with to beat All Might. There was nothing. Not even a single strategy gave any hope of them beating the current symbol of peace. The man's power was just on a different level altogether. Good thing that the bastard is on the good side. Yuta couldn't help but smile after thinking about this. He himself wasn't sure. He was sure that he could win the match as long as its escaping was concerned. With his Soru, his own speed was very close to All Might's speed. That, and him having more chances thanks to Deku being there and him being more agile, he was sure that he could win the match. But since then, no plan has gone his favor. And the majority of the time, he has to leave the plan midway, or the quest. He was sure that today, too, he gonna get some kind of quirk, His only grimace was why the system couldn't give him a quest in advance so that he could plan a little. But no, the system will only announce the quest when All Might's fists are inches apart from his face. Sigh. Knowing that there was no other way but to wait, Yuta focused on other matches. Maybe he can get some idea of how to deal with All Might from them. Other matches themselves were pretty good. The first match was between Cementos versus Kirishima and Bakugo. Students won, just because Bakugo was there, though Cementos was holding back. No matter how good a student, after all, is still a student. Bakugo, too, would have easily subdued if Cementos had gone all out. After all, just like Aizawa said in the third season, most of the students have never improved their quirk at all. What they were learning, in fact, was more strategic thinking and skills. Technically, they're still just as strong as they were when he joined the UA. Of course, this line is invalid for both Izuku and himself. Both have made massive strides towards improving their powers. Yuta didn't have much recollection of Season 3 and almost no recollection of what happened after that. So soon he will be just as blind about the future as the rest of the people here. Thus, it was the right time to get as strong as possible. Anyway, back to the topic. Both Kirishima and Bakugo passed, though a major part of this was because Bakugo was there. The second match was between Azui and Tokoyami versus Ectoplasm. This went much like the anime, where the students won, but only by a hair's length. They were able to capture the teacher in time. The third match was between Ida and Mashreo versus Power Loader. This was too a pretty interesting matchup, though Yuta himself wasn't much interested at this point. Power Loader is strong in his own right, but pales in comparison to heroes who fight in the front line. The fourth match was a banger. Awaza versus Momo and Todoroki. I'm gonna say more strategic thinking was involved in this match than Yuta liked. Though none of them were able to land a good smack at Aizawa's face, Yuta honestly was disappointed. But ultimately what matters is that students won. The fifth match was between 13 versus Aoyama and Achiko. Good match, but not interested. They failed, by the way. The sixth match was between Nizu versus Kiminari and Mina. This was kind of fun, as that intellectual Trotten planned everything out beforehand. The sadistic bastard was playing with them. Failed. Seventh match, Rikido and Kyoka versus Present Mike. This was an interesting fight. Present Mike was bad matchup for Kyoka, but surprisingly wasn't that big of a problem for Sato. Passed. The eighth match was between Hanta and Mineta versus Midnight. Surprisingly wasn't the pervert ball head, which lost first but the duct tape. In fact, Mineta somehow became the MVP of the match, outsmarting Midnight and winning that match as he escaped from the testing ground. Pass. However, I still am not sure how and why. The second last match was something which Yuta was personally interested in, as it was between Mizo and Toru versus Sniper. However, he was more interested in whether to peek at Toru while the match was on or not. It was a kind of internal struggle which was hard to describe. It was like both his heart and mind shouting at him to do it, have some daring in life like the last time he showed, but his ideals stopped him. Fuck it. A little daring in life. That was the motto, right? I can handle the guilt, but not the regret for not taking the blessing God has bestowed upon me. Yuta for a second forgets everything about his pending fight with All Might and opens his eyes wide. Mangekyo Sharingan. Just to realize that Sharingan won't work on video footage. He has to see the girl in person to actually be able to see her. All he now sees in the video is floating gloves. No. Damn you, Shuji. It should have been me there. Result. Students pass. In the end, the time when both Deku and Izuku had to face All Might came. Both of them arrive at a vast area filled with many destroyed buildings and another artificial city area purely built so that heroes can destroy them. I might have said this before, but what the hell, this school got way too much money to burn. But all the joking mood in his mind when All Might appears with his hero costume. He was wearing his silver costume today. I am here. Are you ready, young Midoriya and young Yuta? All Might ask as the pressure chants around them. Yuta, we can't win against All Might. We have to run. Izuku said for not sure how many times already. Yuta till now was just avoiding Deku on his topic, because he himself wasn't sure about his own actions. It fully depends on whether he runs or fights on what kind of quest he gets or doesn't get. Yuta, what are you thinking? Run. Izuku shouted. Yuta purses his lips, still waiting for the question window to pop up. Good thing that All Might was not immediately charging at them. He was giving them the first attack chance. In fact, it was kind of unfair to both Deku and Yuta here. For the two, beating almost any other teacher would have been easy. At least they knew that they would win, even against someone like Aizawa. But All Might is, so it was at least given for the man to give the youths the first chance to attack. Yuta, come on, Deku shouted. Yuta almost gritted his teeth. Seeing no notification, he was really about to run with Deku, but that was the time when finally the quest which he was waiting for came. Major quest, against all odds. Main quest, beat All Might. Reward? Well, I can't say I wasn't expecting this. The system seems to enjoy giving me stupidly hard tasks for some reason. Yuta cursed under his breath as he also found Deku shaking him and bringing him out of his daze. I won't run, Yuta shouted at a sudden jolt, making both Izuku and All Might take aback. What? Yuta, think about it a little. There is no winning against All Might. Deku panics and tries to convince Yuta. He had a feeling something like this would happen when Yuta hadn't given him any clear answer earlier about his plan to escape the area. Aha, are you sure, young Yuta? It's totally fine to escape. There are fights when a hero must retreat. Don't be ashamed of retreating, young man. A tactical retreat is also a part of hero's learning. All Might said, trying to teach the young hero an important lesson. But Yuta didn't give two shit about what the big man had to say. Midoriya, Yuta shouted. Huh? Hearing Yuta calling out to him all of a sudden, he was stunned but immediately asked, tell me what is more important, passing the exam or becoming a hero? Yuta asked. Hearing him asking this question, even All Might got interested. Huh? Of course it becoming a hero. Izuku still stunned, pondering only a little to understand the question before firmly replying. I see. Then tell me what is stopping you from becoming the hero you want to. Yuta asks again. Deku has no idea what Yuta was saying, but he has felt like this before. Yuta did something similar with Hero Killer. I am not strong enough. I need to get stronger. Strong enough that I can save everyone with a smile. Deku really gives Yuta's question a thought, and then reply. I see. Now tell me, Izuku, will you find any villain stronger outside besides All Might acting as one? Don't you think that this is a chance that you should take? Yuta said as he looked directly at All Might. Deku, after hearing this, was stunned. Even All Might was taken aback. Look at the man in front of you, Midoriya. He currently stands at the top. Someone even like All for One who can use multiple quirks, as All Might himself said that day, ended up beaten by him in the end. Do you understand what that means, Midoriya? Yuta asked, making Izuku's mind stop as he started to understand what Yuta was saying. And as Yuta continued to speak, Deku's eyes widened. Don't you think that if you want to get strong, then you have to face stronger opponents? Who will be better than him? And even if we can't beat him, which most likely is the case I assume, is still better than running away. Running away from an opponent who won't even kill you just to pass a damn exam. How will we stand our ground when a villain as strong as him or stronger will stand in front of us, ready to kill us? Will we run, leaving behind all the innocent and helpful civilians? Yuta shouted the last part. This practically shook Deku. He who had the absolute idea of running away suddenly felt that he was running away from his own dream. Don't you think that it's better to fail than remain weak? Don't you also want to face the strongest out there? Don't you think that if today we run away, then maybe we can't face a similar situation which might come up in future? I'm not sure about your Midoriya, but I can't run or escape. It's better to fail and get stronger for me than pass, but remain weak. And even if I don't get stronger, I will at least know what real strong is after this. Yuta said and started to walk forward. Seeing and hearing this monologue, not only Deku and Izuku were surprised, but even other students and teachers listening to Yuta's speech, which he conveniently forgotten, broke out with stupid grin. Man, that's manly, Kirishima said. That's our class rep for you, Momo added. That kid got spunk, Present Mike said. Damn it, that bastard. Bakugo on his side just gritted his teeth. You think that you are better than me? All Might fight me right now, Bakugo shouted. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't happening. Deku clenched his fist hard, strengthened his resolve. He shouted, All Might, I will not back down. Yuta is right. How I call myself a hero, if I run away from fight, I know I will come out alive. I will get stronger. Deku shouted. All Might hearing this was trouble. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at this situation. Just a few words, and this boy changed young Midoriya's mind around. What would have happened if this boy was really a villain? All Might pondered, and a chill ran through his spine. Maybe young Yuta really didn't tell everything about his quirk. I am now highly suspicious that his speech is also some kind of quirk. All Might thought before getting ready to face the two young heroes. After Yuta brainwashed Izuku, there was no running from there. The fight was imminent. Both Yuta and Deku looked at All Might with determination. One for all, full cowling, 10%, Izuku said, not even like talking in his mind. He said so that Yuta could hear it. If Yuta had not learned about OFA and AFO, or the relationship between Izuku and All Might, he might really have wondered what is this kid doing, giving away his real secret like that. But even then he found the sudden move from Deku dumb. Yeah, he too calls out his moves like that, but he only whispers at best or mostly thinks in his head. There was a faint green aura around Deku, indicating that though the boy was strong in this state, it was still barely a fraction of the power of One for All. Ah, I see you're not holding back, young Midoriya. Good, come then. All Might grinned as he was ready to teach this hot-blooded youth some pro-hero stuff. Well, Midoriya, I believe I can't back down either after I spoke so much about this fight. Don't mind I stole a few lines from your power. I kind of like it. Yuta said as he too was planning on doing stupid things just for the sake of matching his partner's energy. One for all, full cowling. Let's say I need more than you. So how about 25%? Yuta said while barely restraining the laughter coming to his face. He was saying the truth in broad daylight, but no one will be wiser here. After saying this, though, blue lightning started to dance around the boy as his black hair got a hint of blue and started to flutter. Just by visuals, it was pretty easy to say who was stronger. Even All Might look at this with daze. It was almost like he gave one for all to not one, but two people. Sigh. He might even believe that Yuta stole his quirk without him knowing if Nizu had tested the boy before. Unknown to him, All Might had no idea how close to the truth he got there. Haha. All right then, young Yuta, young Midoriya, come at me with everything you have. Don't hold back. Show me what you got. Go plus ultra. All Might's always plastered smile got even wider as he took a fighting stance, though still not making the first move. Being the #1 hero and the symbol of peace, he at least can give that much leeway to the young heroes. He would only act if either of them would have planned on running away, which doesn't look like the case after Yuta's speech. So are you? Yuta was the first one to move as he all but disappeared from the side. Deku couldn't even see Yuta's afterimage. However, he wasn't as helpless as he was when Yuta used the move the first time after coming back from the internship. He was more focused on Yuta than Izuku anyway. All Might was aware of Deku's capabilities, though the boy was getting stronger each day, but he wasn't anywhere closer to beating him or even putting him in a hard spot. Yuta, on the other hand, it was hard to say. The boy in his quirk hero time was still a mystery. Back when he talked with him, the boy himself stated that he himself had not fully comprehended his quirk yet, and All Might have to agree seeing just how many variations of powers the boy can have. Even the techniques he develops are fascinating. In a blink, Yuta arrives near All Might, ready to deliver a mighty kick, but All Might makes distance even before that. Seeing that his kick wouldn't connect, Yuta didn't give up. He kicked none of the rest. Tempest kick. Yuta smirked as a compressed air pressure rushed at All Might. Thought the symbol of peace noticed it, but he didn't have time to dodge it. Having no other choice, he brought his hand forward to block the attack. But he wasn't expecting the kick to be enough to generate such powerful air pressure that even he was pushed one step back. Though it was mostly thanks to him not taking it seriously and his sense of balance disturbed by the weight he was wearing on his wrists and legs, but still. Haha, that really was something. All Might grinned. Now that the basic pampering was over, he rushed at Yuta to deliver a punch. He in fact matches Yuta's earlier speed without using any technique like Soru. Even Yuta was surprised by the sudden speed, and not having time to dodge, Yuta brought his hands up in defense. Iron Body, another technique from Navy 6 style, is a defensive technique which makes the body of the person using it as strong as iron by compressing the muscles hard enough. Though this technique locks a person in one position, while using the technique, the defensive power skyrockets. Only below something like armament hockey. Bam! All Might, though holding back against students, was still powerful enough to send Yuta 5 steps back with just one punch. The power of the punch was so strong that Yuta gritted his teeth upon the impact. But his iron body was able to handle the punch. All Might on the side was taken aback. That punch had enough power to at least knock out Yuta until the evening. And yet the boy didn't even fly back, let alone knock out. He looked at his own fist. There wasn't any pain, but he felt that he punched iron rather than a human. Deku on the side gritted his teeth. Both All Might and Yuta were too fast for him to track for a second. Not knowing what to do, he stopped overthinking and charged right ahead, passing by Yuta, who was still in his earlier defensive posture, and rush at All Might. Detroit Smash. The boy called out and swung his hand and targeted All Might's shoulder. All Might, though, was not taken aback by this attack. His long hero experience has made him quiet, used to fighting more than one villain at a time for him to not expect this sudden attack coming at him out of nowhere. He simply caught the boy's fist, rendering it useless before even he could deliver the punch, and swung him out. Damn, he is strong. Yuta knew that this was a proper boss fight he was entering, but damn. SLRU. Yuta rushed out and intercepted Deku from flying out and hitting any building. He needed the boy's help here to take down All Might. Good thing that All Might didn't hit the boy, but rather threw him at the building. Yuta masterfully caught Deku in his trajectory, thanks to Sharingan, and after grabbing the boy, he swung him at All Might, only to follow behind right after. Izuku go, Yuta shouted, making Deku came out of his dizziest state as he locked on to the approaching All Might and readied his punch. Soru. All Might was a little surprised that Yuta was able to catch Mirio midair, but grinned right after seeing he threw the boy right at him. This is interesting. Ready to this time really throw an attack. He got ready only to find a blue figure appearing right beside him even before Mirio arrived. It was Yuta, of course. Thanks to Soru, he overtook Deku's speed, appearing behind All Might before. But the boy didn't attack him, though, for some reason. Rather, he took a stance, with his hands out and making fists pointing at him. All Might was confused, but seeing that the boy wasn't moving, he swung his fist at the upcoming Izuku as the boy was almost upon him. Bam! Both All Might and Izuku's punch connected, and it created a wind pressure enough to half both of their movements for a few seconds. Seconds which were enough for Yuta to get ready. After all, this technique was harder to pull off. Quogan. Seeing that there was a considerable distance between him and Yuta, All Might didn't act on him at once. The more concerning matter was that his own successor coming at him to deliver a powerful punch. But that was a mistake. The moment both Izuku's and All Might's punch collided, Yuta was ready with his next move. A technique which was a personal development of Rob Lucci from the 6 styles. This was the 7th style, which pretty much combines all other styles into one. Quogan. Just as Yuta released the energy he had gathered in his body, an extremely powerful force rushed at All Might. Because of its invisible nature, All Might couldn't see it. But his instincts were so honed by all those years of acting as a #1 hero that he felt something was wrong. Unfortunately, there wasn't just enough distance or time for him to dodge, and even blocking the attack was hard as his hands were already occupied right now to block Deku. Boom! The force impacted All Might's body hard, sending him flying back until he hit the wall of a building, making the rest of the building to almost collapse. Just for more details, those are real buildings with mostly real furniture. Did I say that this school have too much money? Watching the fight for the young heroes was like watching a movie with fantastic visual effects. There was no dull moment in the entire fight. From Yuta's speech about fighting the strong to his and Izuku's power-up, everything was just amazing. Whoa, did All Might lose? Kirishima asked with disbelief on his face. Don't joke around, he is All Might. Someone added. When did Yuta attack him? I didn't see him doing that. He was only standing in that strange pose. Todoroki narrowed his eyes and announced his findings. I am sure that too is one of his techniques. Ida commented with a very focused look. It's so cool. You'd already have hero moves by now. I have to work hard if I have to beat him. Kirishima added. TCH, that problem child. Many teachers and students were watching this fight and commented likewise. At first, many disapprove of Yuta's choosing to fight. After all, that wasn't the right decision in that situation, but after his speech, everyone just admired him. Unknown to them, Yuta would have been the first one to run away if not a possible reward was on the line. Yuta, after releasing Rokugan, was panting as extreme exhaustion came over him for a few seconds. Rokugan is the most powerful of the 6-style moves. Well, it's technically not a technique in the 6 styles, but whatever, he will just call it 7 styles. It took him a long time to master this move, but it sure was worth it. Though he could feel that this move wasn't very useful most of the time, seeing just how long it took to charge up this move. Not to mention this move also requires a stationary target. I also have to say that as I am right now, my power is not enough to bring out the real potential of the move. Whoa, what was that? Deku, who was clenching his hand as it was almost cracked by that last collision with All Might, asked aloud with much vigor back in him. Seems like that last move awakened the nerd inside him. A technique, we'll give you details later. Yuta just said this and focused on the place where All Might was smashed. He is not delusional about his own power, though powerful in his own right, but it was still far from knocking out All Might in one attack. And he was proven right in just the next second. Boom! All the debris blew up as All Might's figure again came to light. There was a clear trail of blood on his face, something which even made other teachers and students watching the fight widen their eyes. Aha! You're a really strong young Yuta. That was an excellent move. May I ask what you call it? All Might laughed in his usual tone as he wiped the blood trail from his face as he was talking. It's called Rokugan, Yuta said with a bad smile on his face. Sure enough, it's not that easy to put the symbol of peace down. A good name. I might have to learn all those techniques of your Yuta. They are very effective. I especially like the one in which you fly. Now to be ready. I am going on the offensive. All Might said as Yuta could have sworn that saw the man in a new light. The same light the show uses to introduce a villain. What's with that creepy glowing eye and strange face he was making? This man sure has a sadistic side. Yuta was sure about it. With a determined look, he charged back into the fight, his sheer power overwhelming. Yuta and Izuku gave it their all, but All Might's experience and strength were too much. And unfortunately this time, he wasn't holding back anymore. He moved with incredible speed, dodging their attacks and countering with precision. Despite their best efforts, they were quickly overpowered. Even Yuta's speed wasn't helping him here. All Might grabbed Yuta, gently but firmly, and threw him aside before turning his attention to Izuku. With a powerful yet controlled strike, he sent Izuku sprawling. The so-called gentle throw of him sends Yuta flying at a building. Boom! Ouch, that sure would have hurt a lot. I wonder how many bones and ribs were destroyed there. Students couldn't help but feel sorry for both Yuta and Deku. Both are excellent hero material, but it's just unfortunate that they are fighting All Might of all people. Yeah, I am much lucky I'm not facing All Might. Yuta groaned. His body felt like broken in multiple little parts. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as he felt broken glasses digging in his legs and arms. Opening his eyes only to find he was soaking wet. Licking his tongue around his mouth to find the taste strange. Only when he opened his eyes and looked around that he find where he crashed. A bar. It's even real wine. This school really has too much money to burn. Ha 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 ha. Detroit smash. Deku shouted seeing Yuta was thrown away by All Might. Alone, he wasn't any match to the man he called the best hero. The pressure multifold on him the moment Yuta went out. He hated to accept, but he was still not as good as Yuta when it came to fighting power. The punch never connected as All Might now was a little serious and caught the punch from ever even coming towards him. You are still far from landing a punch on me, young Midoriya. You have grown quite a bit and take pride in that, but I still believe that in this situation when all odds are against you, when you know victory is not impossible, you shouldn't be afraid of doing a tactical retreat. All Might praised the fighting spirit both his successor and the Yuta had, but in this situation, getting out was the best option for them. In fact, the option of getting out of the fighting area was considered as a victory for the students just because of this purpose. If students, even though in pairs, could really take down their teachers, who are pro-heroes at that, then what face will they have left? The presence of All Might just solicits that fact. In fact, he might have not been accepted in this exam, if not for 3 students in particular. Namely, Izuku Midoriya, his very own successor, Bakugo Katsuki, the OG problem child, and Yuta, the new rising star in the problem child category. Izuku gritted his teeth and twisted his body mid-air to break out of the All Might grip in his hand, while also trying to land a kick at his abdomen. But the size difference wasn't helping him much here, even with OFA useless. Give it a rest, kid. All Might's size, and throws Midoriya just like how he did with Yuta earlier. Deka zooms through the air at subsonic speeds and crashes at a building which looks exceedingly less dangerous to crash into than a brick wall. Guess Izuku and Yuta's team, too, will lose this exam, said a student who also lost earlier. Now not feel as bad after seeing even the best students are not a match for the teacher, conveniently removing All Might as their opponent from the picture. But hey, whatever makes you feel good about yourself, right? No, they're not out yet. They still haven't shown their best yet. To everyone's surprise, this was Bakugo who said this. Everyone looks at him like he grew another head out of nowhere. What are you all looking at? You guys want to go? Shouted the pyromaniac. Though others didn't give much attention, they are by now much accustomed to Bakugo's personality. I too agree with Katsuki here. They haven't shown their best yet. You can tell by seeing Izuku fully intact in one piece and the silence in the atmosphere. Kirishima was quick to say, yeah, you can tell that again. Izuku, though, has gotten better at controlling his quirk now. But I don't get the silent part. Momo asked the last part with a little confusion. Yuta, he only shows his real strength at the time when he is too excited or in danger. There is no heartbeat yet. Todoroki commented from the side, more interested in the match. He didn't want to miss anything as he was staring at the screen with full intent. Yeah, that's for sure. His heart, when beats like that, it almost sounds like a drum. It's kind of scary. Mina chirp in. Yes, but that's only a little. It's much more comforting when he is in your team. As long as you hear his heartbeat, we at least know that there's a chance. Toru added on the side. Her friends around her nodded in acceptance. All Might waited for a few minutes to see whether any of the students would charge at him again, but to his disappointment, neither of them came. He threw Midoriya close enough, so he went there to look for the boy, only to find that the boy was gone, mainly trying to regroup with Yuta and make a plan. Now, that was more like it. If they're planning on coming at him to the bitter end, then at least they need a good plan. Alone, neither of them are his opponent, but maybe together they can do something. Not finding his successor, All Might was ready to look for the other boy, but just then something came flying at him from afar. All Might, with his years of training and instincts, kicked in and raised his hands to catch whatever it was, only for the said object to be smashed by the slightest of his touch. He was confused. He looked at the broken pieces of glass in his hand and on the ground with confusion settling in. Dum 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 dum, do mdu mdum dum. All Might's eyes shot wide open. All the students who were looking at the screen intently almost shouted as their favorite team just secured a goal. Dum 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 dum, doom dum udm dum dum dum. The pro hero raises his head only to see the students he expected to see coming at him. But Yuta had 2 giant bottles of rum in each hand, pouring the drink in his mouth with unseen intensity while also swaying left to right as the beat of his own heart magnified. Why, some might ask, will that have good alcohol quantity while also tasting good? Yuta tried other drinks only to sprue them out instantly for the bad taste. Rum was a little sweet in taste, and thus he was able to handle it. Yuta, All Might expected many comebacks, but this one was the most astonishing. He finally understood why there were broken glass pieces in his hand and on the ground. What is he doing? Nizu, who was watching the match, asked. His high-tech mind immediately connected Yuta's performance in the sports festival to this scene. The only strange thing was that in the fight last time, Yuta didn't consume any alcohol, or maybe they didn't put much mind into it. But more than that, Nizu quickly asked the construction group a serious question. Is that real alcohol? And if yes, then what were you guys thinking about putting that in school? Whoa, it's finally coming. This is the time when Hero takes his strongest form to fight the villain. Said Mineta. Ha ha, this is getting funny. Why is he swaying like that? Does he really know Drunken Fist? Asked Bakugo. He got his ass handed to him not so long ago. What did you say? Do dum dum dum, do MDU dum, do MDU MDUM dum dum. Yuta gulps down the 2-liter bottles of rum in front of All Might with chow, even giving the elderly man an inferiority complex at his liquor tolerance. Young Yuta, are you? Bam. All right. Before All Might even complete his sentence, Yuta falls to the ground with funny animation. Before All Might even completes his sentence, Yuta falls to the ground with funny animation. Blink, blink. All Might and everyone who was watching this fight blinked in confusion and exaggerated expressions on their faces. There was a question mark on their heads, like asking what was that? Where's the amazing fight we were waiting for? Why you suddenly fell down? Get up, you bastard, this ain't over yet. But all that for nothing. The inner dissatisfaction seeing Yuta snoring while lying on the field was immense. Geez, kids shouldn't drink. And why does the training area even have drinks in the first place? Seems like a little talk with Nizu and the construction staff is in order here. All Might muttered to himself as he slowly started to move towards Yuta's sleeping figure. As the man was almost near to taking Yuta and tossing him out of the fighting ring, so the staff took him to the infirmary. He suddenly felt pain in his abdomen. Wah! He immediately jumped back as he saw a kick connected with his stomach. It was none other than the sleeping boy himself. No, 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 no. Gee, The boy suddenly burst out with laughter. All Might was taken aback, and so were the students and teachers who were watching the match. Jiha, now this is it. I wanted to do this so bad the last time, but that stupid system won't give me a reward if I use my power. Yuta said, making no sense whatsoever. All Might saw the kid sprung up like spring from the place he was lying and laughing like a madman. Dum 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 dum. Do MDU MDUM. Dum dum dum. Once again the heartbeat came back, and this time it was beating louder than ever. But no more, 'cause now I'll go super. Yuta shouted and took the legendary Super Saiyan pose. Even shouted just like that. Everyone seeing this got goosebumps. The kid was hiding more power. What? Everyone watches with intent. Though nothing happened exactly. Oh, sorry, not super, not super. Yuta laughed and apologized. Twitch, stop joking around like that. People behind the screen wanted to shout. All Might too just palmed and said, Kid, you're too high right now. Let's end this fight here. All Might said, nursing his abdomen. Yuta really hit him hard there. Hi, me? No, sir. I just have to reach a higher state of being for a few minutes. That's all. Yuta swayed left and right as he tried to stop laughing, but still few giggles were escaping from his mouth. Sigh, damn teenagers. All Might shook his head. He wanted to say more, but before that Yuta shouted. I remember now. I was about to do this. Yuta grinned as he found something funny and jumped around like a monkey. Before focusing. Dum 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 DDUM DUM DUM DUDM. The heart beats Becase faster. Suddenly his hair started to turn from black to blue, while blue lightning and aura started to dance around Yuta. I remember it was hero time. A huge grin was plastered on his face, as this was the first time he was using OFA with Drunken Fist. Oh, they have no idea what's coming for them. Who are they? Who cares? All Might. Yuta shouted suddenly. It's yes. The pro hero who started to have a headache by now suddenly jolted up as he saw the boy looking at him with attention. May I come in? Yes. Sir. Before the poor hero completes his sentence, Yuta vanishes from his place and instantly appears in front of him, in the air with his kick raised, directing it directly at All Might's face. Boom! All Might was thrown backwards. This time the power of the kick was way strong. The majority of the reason would be King's engine, giving an additional boost of 20%. Haha, I knew it. Power with drunken fist gonna be awesome. He hit All Might. Almost everyone's eyes widen upon seeing this. It was not a hit that All Might block. It was a clear hit, after all. They knew that the real fight would start when they heard the drums like heartbeats, but this... Jihaha. Yuta, though, wasn't done yet. Kicking air and miraculously combining Soru with Teppo, he vanished from his place, reaching where All Might stopped his flight at the same time. With the movement, All Might regained his balance and stopped himself from further being carried away by the force of that kick. He noticed Yuta's figure vanishing from there and once again appearing right next to him. Judging where the boy was aiming for next, he, not having time to counter back, quickly blocked his side. But can anyone predict Yuta right now? Even Knight, I will be ashamed at this point. Yuta, instead of going for the blow which he planned, used All Might recently raised his hands, for guarding purposes, as a lever and swung himself, delivering a groundhouse kick right at his face. Another kick in the face. However, this time, the symbol of peace remains in his position without getting flown backwards. He took the unexpected kick with shock, but recovered way too quickly and was ready to deliver a punch of his own. But Yuta, who was still in the air, twisted his entire body upside down, and with the same motion initiated a tempest kick. This time for sure making All Might push back and making him lose his balance for a second. A second which our young hero took advantage of as he used Soru, as soon as his feet contacted the ground, and shot himself once again at All Might. He appeared in front of All Might, still upside down for some reason, ready to deliver a kick on his face again. However, All Might anticipated that he noticed how Yuta wasn't giving him time to react as he was pulling off combos in his attack. So upon seeing his trajectory at where the boy was coming, All Might blocked his front immediately. Unfortunately for him, Yuta wasn't targeting his head, but rather it was a trick. Before even his kick landed on All Might's guard, Yuta punched hard on All Might's side, exactly where he was injured. This also helped that All Might never tell him that he was injured, so no one gonna blame him for not playing fair. All Might immediately gritted his teeth as a sharp pain ran inside him. He bent down a little bit in pain, while still guarding one hand on his side and another hand ready to deliver a punch. Yuta noticed this and with lightning speed grabbed the strings of golden hair All Might usually had on his head. They usually stand up like antennas for some reason when he uses his power. Pulling him hard, he brought All Might head down, making the man stop his own punch as his punching posture was disturbed, while also pulling himself up. OFA 35% head crusher. He swung his knee hard and delivered a devastating blow at All Might face, making blood spur from his face while All Might himself felt dizzy for a second there. Holy shit, is that really Yuta? Others were wide eyes. The kind of combos and fighting style their friend showed now was in a different class than anything they had seen. He actually makes All Might bleed, even though if they think that All Might was holding back from making the #1 hero bleed, not once but twice is, hee. Remind me to keep that boy away from alcohol, a teacher said with a deadpan voice. The fight finally started to get interesting. All Might swung his fist, finally taking the fight seriously, seeing that it was getting hard to hit the boy in front of him. He just became completely unpredictable. Yuta jumps towards right. All Might swings his fist to that directly only for Yuta to initiate Jeppo and change direction midair, dodging the upcoming mighty punch and even delivering a punch of his own at All Might jaw. Damn, this waits. They're slowing me down. All Might curse. He was sure that he could at least react in time to Yuta's completely random movement if he wasn't being held back with these weights. His weight was especially heavier than other teachers for obvious reasons. Otherwise, maybe the next day UA get a court summit for illegally bullying kids. However, this time All Might was able to grab Yuta before growing him away far enough so that he could regain his balance and face the boy, only for the said boy to use a tempest kick to blow up all the dust to create a makeshift smoke screen when getting tossed back. As he went back, he stopped him pretty quickly by Jeppo, and then used both Jeppo and Soru at the same time. Skywalk and Shay, for those who don't know, Google is your friend. He once again launched himself at All Might, not giving his teacher even a second to catch a breath. All Might didn't take more than a second to regain his balance, but the smoke screen made him frown. Now he was not sure where Yuta was. He was ready to swing his fist to blow all the debris out, but just that when Yuta came out of the smoke screen, with such velocity that even for All Might it was hard to react in time. Yuta slides down to the ground and aims a hero's leg, especially where the toes and pinky were supposed to be. Smash! The poor hero grits his teeth in pain as his eyes are bloodshot. Only those who have ever had the misfortune of hurting their toe at a table or chair leg will understand his pain at this moment. All Might bear with the pain. He knew that acting any way would give the boy an opening. Usually, a kid wouldn't be able to use those openings, but right now Yuta, a drunken fist master. All Might swung his fist at Yuta with full intensity. He wasn't planning to hurt the boy even now, but it was apparent that he couldn't hold back. Yuta saw the punch coming and grinned. Knowing that the alcohol effect had started to wear off, he needed to end the fight soon. He suddenly took out his finger, a particularly dangerous technique in 6 styles. As All Might's punch fell, Yuta twisted his body with an unseen angle, another notorious technique from the 6 style, though Yuta usually doesn't use either of them, as one is too lethal, while the other doesn't go along with his made-up quirk, but maybe here he can chuck it up to being drunk. Even All Might and others were surprised at how he twisted his body like he did to dodge the upcoming punch. Finger pistol. Yuta aims right at All Might's elbow, tearing a few muscles and making his right hand lose the majority of his power. Wanted to do the same with their left hand, but did not have enough time when he saw All Might throw another punch with his left hand. Detroit smash. All Might shouted, knowing that the boy would be okay. Seeing how he handled his earlier punch, he didn't hold back. He also noticed how Yuta almost made his right hand useless. He can't seem to put much power into his hands, as most likely Yuta has torn muscles near his elbow. Yuta, on the other hand, seeing the unrestrained punch coming with Wei, immediately used Iron Body to block, but this time the power of the punch was way too much. Boom! Yuta was thrown back with much intensity. All Might huffed. He never anticipated that a student would drag him to this point. The future, sure, is in good hands with him here. All Might was honestly happy from inside, but he was a little annoyed seeing how his entire hero suit was in tatters and he suffered many injuries. He was about to go check on Yuta, but before that, something collied with him. This was none other than Deku. He was watching Yuta's fight while nursing his hand from afar. He was in awe, but upon seeing that Yuta was in danger, he quickly acted. Detroit smash. Izuka shouted as he punched his ideal, but this punch was nothing close to what All Might was capable of, or even what Yuta delivered to hurt All Might to this degree. However, All Might catches the punch midair and throws his successor in the same direction at Yuta. Ah, and here I thought they could really do it. Yes, if it was any other hero besides All Might, then maybe they would have. Sigh. Go Yuta, Izuku. You both can do it. They have already surpassed many of us here, especially Yuta. He even cornered All Might for a few minutes there. See the limp right hand, bruises, and lastly the hero costume in tatters. This wasn't that easy for All Might either. Many students and even teachers were chatting about both Yuta and All Might's fight. Hey look, it's Yuta again. He got up. Dum 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 dum. Once again the king's engine started as Yuta slowly came out of the debris and looked at All Might. This time not swaying as much. Clearly, the drunken effect was wearing off. Ha ha ha. That was really a good punch, All Might. Seems like small attacks are not enough to take you down. Then behold, my new attack. Yo-yo spinning top, ha ha. Yuta laughed as he jumped towards All Might, and this time he was spinning like a mini tornado as he rushed at All Might. What? Is that even a technique? I'm sure that he just came up with that just now, Kirishima shouted. Ha ha ha, what you expect. The guy is fully high. I'm even surprised that he lasted this much at all. Mineta replied. He fought well, but just like he himself said before the match started, he knew that he couldn't win. He fought to get stronger. Todoroki said with a solemn face. He knew very well how powerful All Might was. His father dedicated his life to being better than that man, but failed. Only Aizawa looked at the screen with a suspicious look. He and Niza both have a suspicion that something is up here. Both Yuta and All Might went at it again. This time, it was quite hard for Yuta to dodge All Might's attacks, as he wasn't holding back at all, and even his drunken state was wearing off. He was rotating around All Might while making all sorts of crazy moves, making the pro hero confused about how to react. He sent many attacks while still spinning to confuse All Might, and even a few connected as well, but he too was getting hit now. After some time, Yuta started to feel his mind rotating, and he found himself in disbalance. You shouldn't use attacks which render you defenseless, young Yuta. That is very important if you want to be a pro hero. All Might caught the sudden disbalance and said right before delivering a powerful punch to blow the spinning boy away. He was about to move again, but sensed something. Swinging his hand back, he destroyed something coming at him. Young Mirio, you are here again. Come on if you are confident. All Might laughs, though only after saying this does he notice what Deca threw at him in the first place. It was a liquor bottle. He suddenly felt a déjà vu feeling, intently looking at his successor for the sign of any consumption of alcohol. One student was already making his head hurt. He couldn't handle another, especially when this one had parents to sue the school. But to his relief, Izuku was fine. You to get it, Deca then shouted. All Might's eyes widen as he snaps his head where he throws Yuta. He saw the boy extend his hand and grab another liquor bottle from the air. Before even All Might comprehend the situation, the boy broke open the seal and gulped down the expensive rum. Thanks, Mirio. This just hit the spot. Yuta in seconds completed the entire bottle. We need to talk after this, young Mirio. All Might sent a stern look at Deca, disappointed. He knew that it was pointless talking with Yuta the way he was right now, even Izuku. Sorry, All Might, but this was the only way, Izuku shouted. Do it, Yuta? Yeah, Yuta replied, as the plan was to work flawlessly. Knowing that he needed more alcohol to continue fighting and even to dull the pain of what he's going to do next, he asked Izuku to bring him some, as he was aware that All Might wouldn't let him go to that bar again. Yuta grinned, slowly raising his right leg up. And this was exactly when others noticed a difference in that leg. God, your leg is on fire. All Might shouted. Others also reacted. I know, that was the plan. Otherwise, why do you think I'm spinning so much for? Huff, Yuta said as he grinned like the devil. What you say, All Might? Let's end this fight, huh? I would love to play more, but I am running out of time. Not to mention, I got a beautiful girl waiting for me to kick your ass, so we can go on a date. Yuta's smile widened. A certain girl suddenly blushes, but no one notices for that her God-gifted powers, while others were awestruck. He got a date. He used friction to set his own leg on fire. What a crazy guy. Damn, he looks cool. That's badass. I can't keep a girl waiting, you know. All Might suddenly felt that he was getting too old to understand how the minds of kids work anymore. How come he set his leg on fire, or why he was talking about a date coming? This ain't system rewards, so I only hope that it works, or I'm screw. OFA 120. Yuta mutters as his leg burns, and the pain quickly makes him sober. That is why he needed more liquor. Dum 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 dum. DUMD dum 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 UDM dum UDM UDM. Ha yeah. With that, the boy vanished from his place, reaching a speed high enough that he even broke the sound barrier. Going supersonic. It was like he skipped time, or used a teleportation power, vanishing from his place and appearing right in front of All Might. Dum 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 dum. Do MDU MDUM dum dum. All Might gritted his teeth. The speed was way too much for even him, as Yuta combined OFA at 120% with Toru to achieve that speed, at the expense of breaking one of his legs. Even All Might wasn't able to put up a good guard, let alone a counter. Let's end this. All Might, Diable Jam. Yuta saw this and got confused even more. Seeing King's engine, not in the passive section, but rather in the active section, make him frown and happy at the same time. This means that he can now use King's engine whenever he wants to. That alone is a big deal, as still now, it was very much uncontrollable when his heart started to beat like that. It would have been a disaster if he was sneaking around from a powerful enemy and his heart went 200 miles a second. This also means that he can now use King's engine whenever he wants to, making it a really handy skill. This is when combined with the 50% improvement rather than the previous 20%. You got a good deal. However, there are downsides as well. Using this now will cost him. If using combined with OFA, which is most likely he's going to do, his HT consumption will 2x, making him lose 2 minutes of heights in just one. The ratio is no longer 1-to-1, but 2-to-1. Earlier, he was getting the boost for free, though it wasn't as good as a boost as this one. And there was one more interesting thing he wanted to check out. His mind somehow is screaming at him that what he is thinking doesn't make any sense, but his heart making him believe in the idiotic, not possible hunch he has. Young Yuta, what are you thinking of? You have been staring at that wall for quite a bit by now. A familiar voice broke his trance as Yuta robotically rotated his head to the right. There he saw a sickly-looking blonde man lying on the bed with his head bandaged. Sorry, I was just thinking about what happened. My memories are not the best when I do drunken fist. Yuta blushed at the last part. He actually didn't want to use drunken fist in school. It was supposed to be a hidden card of sorts, but there was no other way. All Might is just too much for a student like him. I see. Don't think about it much, young man. Though I firmly have to scold you later for using intoxicating substances, the fault also lies with the school as well. So Nizu has decided to pardon you this time around. But there shouldn't be a next time. You hear me? No drinking until you are 20. All Might said with a firm tone, though his being skinny right now didn't make him that serious but rather funny. Yes, sir. Yuta agrees nonetheless. But at the same time, I have to apologize you. That last attack really gave me a run for my money. All Might said with a smile. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to hit you that hard. Yuta said as he looked at All Might's bandaged head. He doesn't remember anything after that kick. He went blank after that. Mostly the alcohol caught up to him. Or was it the injury of using OFA at 120 plus forcefully setting his own leg on fire? Don't worry, it was a test after all. But that last attack was really impressive. It almost knocked me out. You might not remember because you passed out, but you created a giant ditch in the middle of Field 21. It most likely will be unusable for some time now. All Might said as he recalled how he was blasted out of Field 21, breaking don't know how many already broken buildings only to be plastered at the edge of the ring. Although he wasn't knocked out as he claimed, but even he was unable to move for a few seconds. Izuku used that time very well and put the handcuffs on him. That is why they won the fight. Diable jam, was it? I can't say that I approve of setting your own foot on fire, but that kick was something else. All Might even wonders what Yuta could do when he masters that power of his. When the unconscious Yuta was taken to the infirmary, they realized that the kid had broken both of his legs, drawing a parallel with Izuku, whose hands were broken by then. All Might has no idea how that boy cuffs him with that. But this makes them realize that Yuta's hero time is also very similar to his own quirk. Just like Midoriya, Yuta too can't use the full power of his quirk. He mostly was able to because his mind removed those limitations placed on his body when he was intoxicated, making him use more power than his body can handle. Oh, you are up, finally. Your friends are outside, bothering me for quite some time to let them see you, young man. I am really tired of you kids breaking yourself like this. First that green hair kid, and now you. Is this one also your student Tashinori? What are you teaching this young man in your free time? The recovery girl barged in and said the last part, especially in a stern tone to All Might. Sorry, I will make sure that this won't happen again. Both Yuta and All Might bow their heads in the same. Oh, by the way, Yuta, you were talking about having a date when you were like that. I just thought that I should ram. Before All Might complete his sentence, Yuta's eyes widened. He just now realized that. Toru asked to talk with him today. Though now, technically speaking, it wasn't a date, as the girl asked to talk with him rather than ask him out. Gosh, did I say that aloud when everyone was watching? Shit. Gulping, he snapped his head at the clock, only to see it was 5:20. Already been 50 minutes since school should have ended, but seeing that the test takes a long time, it should be only past 20 minutes. Sorry, All Might. Thank you, recovery girl. I really need to go. Bye. Sorry and thank you. Yuta said as he hurriedly got up from the bed and moved towards the door. However, upon realizing that he might encounter others, first they will most likely hold himself back. He forgot about using the door, and after checking how much HT he had left, which was still plenty by the way, he jumped out of the window. Yuta went around the entire school to find Toru, but had no luck. He believed that she had gone home. Sighing at his luck, he didn't even plan to go back to the infirmary and headed home. Yuta, but just then he heard this, and he knew whose voice this was. He looked around but found no one there. Confused, he ponders whether he is hearing things. I am here. Sorry I didn't change back to my uniform, as they won't let me in the infirmary to see you, but when I sneaked and you were gone, I ran all the way here in a hurry. Didn't get a chance to change back. But hey, I found you at last, Toru said with panting. She clearly ran all the way here, and seeing that she was not at all visible, she must have not even wearing shoes. As his mind processed the information, he finally realized that he was an idiot, though he could have just accepted the same estimation of his mother and sister in past life. But that one hope that there was some hope for him was finally gone today. Idiot, of course. He can't find her. She's freaking invisible. You bloody idiot. Even after being, arguably, the only person who could see her, you made this mistake. Yuta wanted to slap himself just now, but seeing the girl in front of him, well, not seeing, but yeah, the girl was there, and he'd rather not act more idiotic, and he always does. I see. Yuta only said this before stealing his mind. He was waiting for this. He had to wait for a long time, but the moment was finally here. It's now or never. Mangekyo Sharingan. What? You expected me to confess, you insane. Yuta scoffed internally. And no, it's still normal Sharingan. I will call it Mangekyo. Deal with it. Yuta, what happened? Your nose is bleeding. Toru finally changes into something so others can actually see her, to utter frustration of Yuta, though that's fine. He himself doesn't have unlimited hero time to keep up with Sharingan around her. But again, he wouldn't mind one bit spending HT on her. It's worth it. Nothing. Just still recovering. Yuta waved his hand as he wiped off the blood trail under his nose. A foolish smile was still plastered on his face, confusing the beautiful, invisible girl. Anyways, you wanted to talk about something, right? I too wanted to, but you go first. Yuta said, changing the subject, not believing himself enough to break out into a completely creepy grin in front of her if she still stayed on the topic. That. Well, I'm going to ask you about what you own. You know you asked me to go out before the internship, right? She said with a small voice. Yuta had his Sharingan active as he was wearing his contacts today for the exam. He could see the girl had her head down, and unlike many of us, she had zero restraint on her facial features, as he could see a giant blush forming. Well, she never needed a poker face, so that kind of makes sense, but I have to say that this is very cute, almost like a little girl, but much more beautiful than cute. Yuta smiled as he waited for the girl to complete. So, I just wanted to ask, did you say that like just a spur of the decision, or you meant it? It felt like she needed all the ouch of her energy to say that last part, as at the last, she just closed her eyes and waited for a response. I see. Well, honestly, I asked you that on the spot. Didn't put much thought about it. Yuta said, and intently watched her reaction. He saw the girl's face slowly turning sad. Even tears appeared on her eyes. She really had no control over her facial features. But she still laughs. I see, it kind of makes sense. Don't worry about it then. I was just thinking too much about it. Sorry to disturb you. Toru said with a fake cheerly tone. It was really amazing how she sounded like that while tears streaming down her face. Just before she was about to run away from there, Yuta caught her by the arm. Wait, I'm not completed yet. Geez, you girl come to a conclusion way too quickly. It is indeed true that I asked you out like that, but just like I told you before the internship, I fully intend to date you. Though I asked you out of the blue, that does not mean that I would have asked just any girl. I ask you because I like your personality. You are optimistic and even help out others when possible. Though it's really hard to pinpoint what exactly I like about you, I do know that if there is one person I would like to date in our class, then it's you. Yuta said, this time being honest, just removing the fact that she is a complete bombshell. Well, a little too small for that, but she will be in a few years. And the best part, only he can see her. Again, what more does a man need? Really? Toru asked with moist eyes. Her voice this time had that breaking effect when someone cries. But Yuta tactfully didn't comment on that. He would have never known what really going on behind her cheerful facade if not for his Sharingan. Of course, why else would you think I would run around the entire school just after getting the beating of the lifetime from All Might and getting admitted to infirmary? Yuta smiled and said, It didn't look like you were the one getting beaten, though. Toru was deadpan. Yuta blushed a little on this, but before he could say anything about it, Toru asked another question. If so, then why did you say anything about the date you asked me for after the internship? I thought that you changed your mind. Toru asked with pursed lips. Well, I was honestly waiting for you to reach out, as me asking multiple times might sound like I am some sort of creep, you know. I didn't want to harass you or anything with that request. I thought you would tell me if you agreed to that date. If not, then my bad luck. Yuta smiled as he shrugged his shoulders in a helpless smile. But I did agree to that, didn't I? Didn't that mean that it's your job to ask me again and plan a date? Toru, who after knowing the truth smiled brightly. Thanks to Sharingan that he was able to capture this moment, but then immediately the girl started pouting and asked this question. Well, I have zero experience when it comes to dating. Sorry, I didn't know that. Once I didn't get any answer from you, I wanted to ask one more time, in case you forgot, but exams were there, so I decided to ask it after those. In fact, I wanted to ask you today itself. Yuta came out clean. This is exactly what happened. That's kind of ironic. I ended up asking before you did. You sure know how to make a girl wait. Toru huffed in fake anger. Yuta could tell because she just acted angry with her voice. Her face was like a blooming flower at that moment. Haha, what can I say? I like to take my time. Believe me, it is a good trait. Eventually, you will come to love it. Yuta smiles with a knowing smile. No matter whether it's love or war, the motto remains. Go plus ultra. The test result came after 2 days. Mostly the test results took time, cause of academic tests. Paper checking takes time. In comparison, the practical part was way easier to grade. All the students from 1A passed the test. In fact, no one actually failed if passing both of academic and practical tests is not counted. None failed in academic tests, while only a few students failed in the practical hero test. With that said, everyone was happy, even those who failed the practical test, though not as much as others as they had to test recovery classes during the vacation. Sucked to be them, but who cares? I passed with flying colors. Yuta had a bright smile on his face as he saw his report card. 140th, meaning his score is the best among all the students in classes 1A and 1B combined. Isn't that awesome? I knew those hard hours of studying when others were either playing hero or working on their quirk would come in handy. Yuta closed his eyes as he remembered those torturous times and then back to his report card to taste the fruit of his hard work, completely forgetting that the majority of the reason why he got such a good mark was, one is because he cheats with Sharingan, though not actual cheating in the test itself, but rather to memorize things. And 2, because he fought against All Might and actually won. Well, that last one was actually something impressive. And that was the only reason UA overlooked the obviously wrong decision of fighting All Might instead of running away. After all, how many people can say that they beat All Might in their life, let alone a fight? Even after the man was clearly holding back and was restrained due to those weights, he attacked his limbs. The victory was an impressive one, and Yuta got full benefit of that. After the result came the one thing which Yuta expected so dearly. The long-anticipated date. Though only now he realized that he has zero experience with girls, let alone a date. What kind of clothes I should wear? Should I buy a gift for her? Am I supposed to? Where to take her? Yuta's eyes widen when he starts pondering this thing. Now he was in a strange situation. He has no experience of what to do. So he quickly ran to the store and bought a few books on relationships and even opened Tube and looked for relationship tips and tricks. Once again, Sharingan came in handy, and he was able to complete most of them in a day so that he implemented that advice. I gotta say that most of the things in those books and on Tube are pure bullshit, but few things could work. Yuta pondered as he was in his room. In front of them was an entire map of the city, which he stuck to his wall on the softboard with all the possible dating places marked with red pins. In his hands was the list of shops and destinations he could take the girl. And on his computer was compiling a code to find the best route they should take for their date. If anyone else had come to this dark room with this kind of setup, they would have thought that Yuta was planning a heist of some sort. He was brought out of his musing when he finally heard the printer making noise as the date plan came out of it. casting a golden glow in the room, making Yuta's eyes widen as the light was too much for his mortal eyes to bear. He looked at the paper and slowly took it, looking at it like he finally got the secret sauce. The next day, Yuta was standing in front of a cafe waiting for his date. He chose a location after meticulously finding where most of his friends lived and their traveling habits. He didn't want to run into any of those right here. He'd rather not have others know what's going on between him and Toru if possible. Not only that a huge teasing material, but in this hero's life, it's better that others don't know about a hero's private life. Though Toru herself is a hero, but Yuta knew what kind of enemies he would be making in the future at the rate he was going. Soon he spotted clothes outlining a girl's poor-potion body hovering in the air, coming towards him. Yuta, came the sweet voice as Yuta smiled back and activated his Sharingan to see the girl. He was wearing contacts again, so no problem using Sharingan here out in the open. Toru was wearing a black sleeve t-shirt which hugged her figure perfectly, making all those curves the girl hiding usually, well, not like she had a choice on the matter. She was also wearing a darkish blue denim to go with that, and even a little rippon on her head. Yuta smiled seeing this. He by now has noticed that the girl actually likes to cover her skin entirely with clothes, if possible, making that a complete contrast with her hero costume, if anyone understands my drift there. Yuta believes that this was a side reaction to her quirk. She does that so others can know that she is there. Maybe this is both practically helpful for her, but also emotionally, as the girl surely would want to let others know that she also exists. You are looking beautiful. Yuta said the tone was very honest. Huff, at least say lies which are not so obvious. Toru huffed immediately as she heard him. In any other case, calling a girl beautiful would be a good start, but not with her. But I'm not lying. You are really looking beautiful. Yuta replied. Oh, then what you found so beautiful about me? She asked with a doubting tone, trying to tease him back, knowing that he won't have an answer. Well, I guess the very first thing is your huge blush which you're not even trying to hide. Yuta grins and replies, immediately making Toru covers her face, feeling like he can see her. What? How high you know I was? I can tell. Though I can't see, but I can feel you are happy. Wearing so many clothes to cover yourself also gives me a certain understanding of your body posture. And lastly, and most importantly, your voice. I can tell that you are really happy today, unlike the fake cheer Toru of 3 days ago. Yuta bullshitted, but he did get a reaction out of the girl. She was wide-eyed. Her shock was much apparent on her face. Well, nothing to say. Let me guess you are shocked and wide eyes. Haha. I might not be able to see her, but that doesn't mean that I can't know what are you feeling. Come on. It's just the start of the date. There is much we have to do today. Yuta smiles with confidence. That little trick surely impressed the girl. The plan starts well. Now, just have to follow the plan. Plus ultra. The date started with a good plan, as Yuta planned the route, so there wasn't much traffic, and thanks to his contact, he even got tickets to a new hero movie. The first place where the pair went was the theater, though the movie itself wasn't that great. It's okay at best. But honestly, looking at his surroundings, Yuta can hardly believe that others were there to watch the movie in the first place. The entire hall was filled with couples. Yuta knew that this was going to be awkward, so he decided to act cool and only focus on the movie. Toru acted the same. Though with his Sharingan, he noticed that Toru hardly was looking at the movie. Rather, she found the couple kissing on the side more interesting. Maybe she felt like no one would notice her glaring at them, which to her credit is right for the most part. If only she knew that her date could actually see her. After the movie, they went to the game parlor. Pretty fun to be honest. However, he found that Toru was glancing at people who were taking selfies and photos. Now Yuta could understand why the girl might feel bad. So Yuta tried his best to cheer her up. And seeing that by now she was so used to her condition that she developed a positive outlook on life. After that comes a little walk in which Yuta wants to hold the girl's hand, only for the girl to take action first. Toru, too, was blushing and nervous, but slowly while they were walking to their next destination, she pulled up her courage to hold Yuta's hand. So Toru, I never asked you, but why you wanted to be a hero. Yuta started the small talk. Huh? Well, I always wanted to be a hero. I don't have a reason for that. I remember when I was small, I used to try cry a lot cause when my quirk awakened, I could no longer even see myself, let alone my parents or my friends. I almost went into depression. It went like that until I one day found how useful these powers are. It was when one of my friends was getting bullied. I saw it, but couldn't do anything. It went on like that until one day I just couldn't take it anymore and recorded the kids who bullied her using my quirk. Later, when the recording was sent to their parents, they were seriously punished. That was when my friend told me that I could be a hero. That was the first time I saw my quirk actually being useful for once. Toru remembers her past. Seeing that Yuta was listening intently, she too went ahead and told her entire backstory with that quirk of hers. I see. Yuta, trying to find anything more to continue the talk. He also felt that the tense way she was holding his hand was now more relaxed. What about you? Why you wanted to be a hero? Toru was the one asked this time. I actually never wanted to be a hero. Yuta said as he could see the shopping mall at sight. You didn't? Toru suddenly perks up like hearing something interesting. No, it's strange that now people ask me, but I still to this date never planned to be a hero. Or a proper hero, for that matter. You see, I don't have any problem doing this normal hero job. I in fact would choose this over the mundane office work. I in fact fully intend to get my hero license and become a pro hero. But that doesn't mean that I joined to be a hero. I joined UA to get stronger. I wanted to get stronger. That was the only goal. A problem which I was facing was that it's illegal to use one quirk if we're not pro heroes. Yuta said with a serious note there. You just needed to get stronger. But why? Toru got curious. Yuta's answer was not what she was expecting at all. Yuta is much like those top students in the class. All dreamed to be a pro hero. So it's especially surprising to hear him saying he never planned to become a hero in the first place. Well, I developed my quirk very late, though now that is not clear considering how Nisa later told me that I most likely had the quirk, but it needed a trigger to activate my power, which I got way later in my life. Would you believe it if I say that I learned about my quirk only 10 months before UA? Yuta say, and to this, her eyes widen. My entire school life, I was bullied, even beaten. From a very early age, when I realized that I didn't have any quirk, I devoted my time in getting stronger. But for those who have no powers in our society, it's hard to survive. I work really hard to get stronger, even without a quirk. Gym, self-defense, firearm practice with a water pistol, you name it. I give everything a try. What I want to say is that this was my ideology to survive, and it saved me. Well, most of the time at least. But then I came across that sludge monster before 10 months of joining UA. That was when I once again was remembered how weak I am. That if I don't get stronger, then I most likely won't be able to survive. Thanks to that day, not only I activate my long-slumbering power, but I also realize that getting stronger is the only way to survive. No matter whether it is a hero or a normal civilian, everyone must have the power to protect oneself. That was why I joined UA. Yuta said as both of them arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. Wow, I never knew. So that's why you were so strong. Because you have been working hard since then. Toru looked fascinated. Pretty much. Yuta just shrugged his shoulders. That was not the history he was proud of much, but it sure was the source of his motivation. All right, let's get in and get what we're going to need for the vacation. Yuta changed the topic, but just then he felt a nudge from the side as Toru pulled her to the side. What? What happened? Shush, look there. Toru said as she pointed her finger at the direction of the shopping mall. Yuta followed her finger only to widen his eyes, while internally there was alarms going on his head. Why they are here? Yuta almost wanted to shout in NS, but he restrained himself. He saw the entirety of Class 1A there. Why God? I did my homework like a good boy, didn't I? Why you have to insert a plot twist? Why you can't see me happy for even a day? What possible wrong I ever did to you? Yuta wanted to thrash around like a kid, demanding answers, but right wasn't the time. He can do that after he is at the safety of his room, away from the range of society for anyone to judge him. Not wanting their friends to know they were dating, Yuta and Toru quickly ducked into a nearby store. We need to be careful. I told them I'll be training in my free time, Yuta whispered, glancing around nervously. Toru nodded, her invisible hand squeezing his, unlike the last time how she was holding it gently. Me too. I didn't tell anyone that I'm going on a date. I told Momo that I got relatives coming over. Toru too said with a blush on her face. Guess both of us don't want others knowing that we're going out, do we? Yuta chuckled. No, no, no. It's not like that. I don't mind telling others that we're going out or anything like that. It's just I really don't want to say others that I am dating. It's honestly a little overwhelming. Toru said, but mid-sentence stopped. She thought that she was hurting Yuta's feelings. Relax, I understand. I too prefer keeping things secret for as long as possible. I don't like unneeded attention either. Yuta gave her a reassuring smile. Ah, that's a relief. So what do we do now? She asked. Well, we can go back, but we really need to get some shopping done. We don't have much time before the vacation starts, and we will be leaving the city for a while as I remember. Not to mention there is no other shopping mall here, either. Yuta states, and to this, even Toru frowns. She knew that he was right. They need the shopping done as soon as possible. They don't have much time. Yeah, she nodded. Yuta suddenly noticed just how close both of them were. A blush started to creep up to his face. All right, come on then. As long as we keep our distance from their group, there shouldn't be a problem. Yuta decided as grab her and move when he saw others already enter the place. Are you sure? Toru was still a little hesitant. Of course I am. If they even spot us, then you can just quickly get out. Don't mind, but it will be hard to notice you when you don't want others, and I can always give the excuse that I too needed to get shopping done. Yuta grimaced and pulled her hand. They moved from store to store, peeking out occasionally to make sure the coast was clear. At one point, they spotted Izuku and Achiko heading their way. Panicking, they ducked behind a rack of clothes. They held their breath as their friends passed by, chatting animatedly about their vacation plans. Once they were gone, Yuta and Toru hurried to another part of the mall. The game of hide-and-seek continued, with Yuta and Toru skillfully dodging their classmates. They laughed quietly at their predicament, finding the situation both stressful and amusing. After a few close calls, they finally found a quiet cafe tucked away in a corner of the mall. Breathing a sigh of relief, they sat down and ordered drinks, happy to have found a safe spot. That was close, Yuta said, grinning. Toru giggled. Yeah, but it was kind of fun. Maybe next time, we should pick a quieter place for our date. Yuta nodded in agreement, glad to have some peaceful time with Toru at last. As Yuta sipped his coffee, he casually glanced around the cafe. His eyes widened when he noticed Izuku talking to a suspicious-looking man. Something about the man's posture and the way he seemed to be cornering Izuku set off alarm bells in Yuta's mind. Toru, I need to check something out, Yuta said, his tone suddenly serious. Stay here, okay? Toru looked confused but nodded. Okay. Yuta made his way quietly towards Izuku's direction outside the cafe, trying to blend in with the other people. As he got closer, he realized who the suspicious man was. The man-child himself, Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki's presence here, in the middle of a busy mall, reminds Yuta about a small plot on the anime, which he completely forgot. Shit. Yuta noticed that Shigaraki was holding Izuku captive by neck, using his body to block anyone from noticing what was happening. He could hear snippets of their conversation, with Shigaraki questioning Izuku about something. Without drawing too much attention, he positioned himself just behind Shigaraki, so the man-child wouldn't notice. Yuta got ready. The plan was simple: activate King Engine and for a few seconds make everyone stunned. That is when he saves Deku. Now, dum 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 dum. And surely it happened just like how he anticipated. Releasing King Engine, which was more powerful now, by the way, stunned both Deku and Shigaraki, and pretty much everyone around them. That is when Yuta acted as he punched the man-child away in his daze. Yuta! Izuku exclaimed, relief washing over his face as he saw his friend. Yuta didn't reply. The punch Shigaraki got up pretty soon. Yuta didn't put much effort into that punch either. That was when the crowd around Yuta, who fell in a dazed state due to King Engine, woke up and started making a commotion. Shigaraki stood up slowly, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Yuta. It's you? He hissed. The anger he had shown looked kind of personal there. Before Shigaraki could make another move, Yuta stepped forward, ready to fight. But to his surprise, Shigaraki smirked and then turned to flee, realizing he was now exposed and outnumbered in a public place. There was no stopping him either, cause he wasn't the only one running. Other people were also causing chaos there. Yuta and Izuku watched as Shigaraki disappeared into the chaos of them all. The villain had managed to escape, but the immediate threat was over. "Come on, get back to the others," Yuta said, guiding Izuku towards the exit of the cafe. Toru, who noticed the commotion, immediately wanted to run towards Yuta, but he said not to, stopping her from exposing themselves. After that, much happened, just like the story, as the police were called. Yuta secretly told Toru to go home for the day and that he would explain everything later on, while he himself has to talk with the police and give reports on what happened. Yuta found himself sitting on a bus, surrounded by friends all around. It was finally happening as they were going towards the summer training camp they were so excited about. Though this was a vacation, it was still training. The biggest problem here was that he has very little knowledge about the story. He remembers All for One and All Might's fight. I mean, who will forget the first entry of the main villain? But he can't remember anything else. He just knows that Bakugo somehow gets kidnapped and everything happens from there, but nothing more. Sighing, he just shook his head as he was getting a headache trying to remember everything after this long time. It's not like he was preparing for PhD. It was a bloody anime. Who can remember all those things after so long? Yuta and his classmates from Class 1A, along with students from Class 1B, were buzzing with excitement as they boarded the bus for their summer training camp. Aizawa had hinted that this camp would be intense, so they came prepared, but the students were eager to push their limits and grow stronger. Yuta, on the other hand, was extra prepared. From dumbbells to toilet paper, pretty much everything was on his system storage at this point. After a long journey, the bus finally stopped. The students were still a little groggy from the trip, but as they stepped out, they found themselves at the edge of a scenic forest. "Listen up," Aizawa began. His tone was lazy as usual. "That is where your real training starts." Aizawa pointed at a faraway place, making others curse under their breath. "Why are you telling that? Just keep going. What the point of stopping the bus midway?" Others wanted to complain, including Yuta, but didn't seeing Aizawa still has something to say. But before we get to that, I'd like to introduce you to some pro heroes who will be assisting with your training. With a gesture, Aizawa introduced the Wild Wild Pussycats, a team of heroes known for their prowess and experience in wilderness rescue and combat. Basically, two Annies in a cat costume sounds actually pretty good when we think about it, as long as Annie is mommy material. Remember, Yuta is only 15. According to that, he is calling another Annie. And to some extent they were. The group consisted of Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Ragdoll, and Tiger. Only two were currently present and greeted the students with enthusiasm. "Welcome to the training camp," Mandalay called out, her voice filled with energy. "We're here to help you become even stronger heroes." The students cheered. However, their enthusiasm was soon tested when Aizawa dropped a bombshell. "Your training camp is all the way over there," Aizawa announced again, making others now wary for some reason. "We'll be throwing you down from here. Your task is to reach the camp before sunset. Good luck." "Huh? What? 1 minute what?" Before the students could fully process what was happening, Aizawa, with the help of the wild pussycats, used their quirk and pushed them over the edge of the rift. Yuta, alongside his friends, found himself tumbling down a steep slope, landing in the thick underbrush of the forest below. "Oh yeah, something like this happened. Just great," Yuta muttered, picking himself up and dusting off his clothes. He quickly checked to see if his classmates were okay. Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and the others were already regrouping, assessing the situation. "I'm sure that we got more training to do once we reach the camp. I'd rather save hero time, if possible." Yuta pursed his lips as he started to make his way ahead with others. "All right, let's not waste any time," Tenya said, looking around. "We need to work together and find our way to the camp." Yuta nodded, suddenly getting an idea. "Agreed. Let's move." The forest was dense, with towering trees and thick foliage making navigation challenging. The students had to rely on their quirks and teamwork to overcome the obstacles in their path. Yuta suddenly remembers the Forest of Death in Naruto. His plan was simple: follow others and let others do the work. As they moved deeper into the forest, they encountered various challenges set by the pussycats to test their skills. There were landslides, hidden traps, and even simulated villains to keep them on their toes. By the time the sun began to set, the students finally emerged from the forest, exhausted and now sure how many new ways they have come up with to curse those damn teachers. The camp was in sight, and the wild pussycats were waiting to greet them. "Great job, everyone!" Mandalay praised as they arrived. "You all made it. This was just the beginning. Get some rest tonight, because the real training starts tomorrow. We made you a delicious meal, though don't get used to it. It's just for today. From tomorrow you all have to make your own food." Sigh, why did I fall for that? If only I remember it correctly, then I could have sneaked in the bus. Yuta just rolled his eyes, though he refrains from using his HT as much as possible, but he just has to. There is no other way otherwise to pass that forest. Even relying on others is useless when they are facing artificial monster just to give them a tough time. "Heads up, Yuta, you are up," Aizawa said as he tossed a ball to him. "Throw it just like you did on the first day. Show how much you have improvement you have done," Aizawa said as he had a device on his hand to measure the score. Okay. Yuta was quite nonchalant about it. Not sure why he got to do that, but he was up for it. As he walked up, he also mentally called for his status. Hero time, 2 hour. Quirk, 1 for all, 30% under control. Sharingan, 3, Tomo. King's Engine, increased stats by 1.5x. Passive skills. Hero music, Drunken Fist, Prime Time, Navy 6 style, Spider Sense. It was early morning, and the chill in the air was still there as he got refreshed when that fresh air entered into his system. Looking at his status, there was a slight smile on his face. It has improved, Yuta's smile, upon seeing his OFA under control being 30% and not 25% anymore. He, after last time breaking his bones, realized something interesting. That his control of OFA skyrock after he completely healed. This also somewhat explained to his question of why he wasn't getting stronger outside of Systems Awards. Not only his base star was better than Izuku, but he was also much more well-rounded. And the only answer to that come in this regards. Yuta, as he wasn't pushing his body enough with OFA for his body to adapt to it. In this regards, Izuku was much better. But no longer Yuta a plane to go plus ultra from now on. Whenever you are ready. Aizawa, notice Yuta in a daze, just like how he was when he first time was going to throw the ball. Okay. Yuta reply, feeling like this has happened before. Anyways, just focus here, cause I'll be pushing my body from now on. Yuta smiled as he got ready. Dum 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 dum. Suddenly this sound came, making everyone surprised and stunned, while Yuta himself smirked as he saw his stats improving. That beat, did this kid learn how to do that on his own? Aizawa saw this, and a little smirk kind of started to appear on his face. OFA 45. Yuta only muttered to himself as blue lightning started to appear around him with dazzling lightning cracking. Yuta got ready as his normal 30% was further increased to 45% thanks to King's Engine's 1.5x multiplier. And then when Yuta threw the ball, it felt like the air pressure shifted as a shockwave followed, right after the ball almost disappeared. Whoa, that was just wow. What the score? Everyone was stunned and now was super curious about the score. Aizawa, on the other hand, just had an helpless look on his face. The point of doing this was to show the kids that although they have improved, but their quirks haven't, but now, with this result. His eyebrow twitch. Sigh. Problem child indeed. 3,784 meters. Aizawa show the screen to others, earning the reaction he was expecting. Whoa, that's so good. That almost 4 kilometers. Awesome, I can't wait to try how far I can do it. Tisich. Bakugo, hearing this, just snorted. Oh really? Then how about we have another student doing it? Bakugo, you come. Aizawa got the chance to continue his earlier plan. Calling for Bakugo. Let me show you how it's done. Bakugo snorted as he took the ball ready to throw it. Result. 907 meter, a whole 3 meter more than your quirk test results. Aizawa said with a nasty smile on his face. What? How is that possible? It's simple, actually, though we have been working hard, and no doubt that we have gotten stronger, but that is more on terms of skill and mindset. Your quirks is still the same. Yuta replied, knowing the answer. What? Bakugo's eyes shook. But then how did your quirk improve that much? Kirishima asked with a stunned expression. It's quite simple, actually. Although I don't use my quirk much, but I have been always pushing it to its limit. Like fighting with that Nomu or All Might. Pushing one's limit is the only way to get stronger. While another reason why I'm suddenly so strong is because I learned how to do this on my own. Yuta said as once again King's engine activated, making others once again stutter internally. Now King's engine was much more stronger than earlier. Bakugo at this just gritted his teeth. I call it King's engine. It technically increases my blood flow, making me stronger and faster. Yuta explained with calm tone. King's engine, huh? That a really good name. Is this also like those leg technique of your? Kind of, this one is a little different. The Wild Pussycats, along with Aizawa, have prepared a rigorous regimen designed to push each student to their limits. Yuta's training was focused on increasing his body's capacity to handle more of one for all's power. Though it didn't start it like that. It took much effort on Yuta's side to convince Aizawa that just using his quirk more wouldn't help him. He needed to improve his body. And there's also the fact that he can only use OFA for 2 hours at best. The training itself goes beyond 8 hours. There is no way that he can make it up with that. Not to mention, he also has to save a little bit of HT just in case something happens. Took much time before Yuta explained things to Aizawa, and he changed his training plan. He started his day with grueling physical exercises that targeted his overall strength and endurance, focused directly on being able to handle more power of OFA. Currently, his body was the limitation which was holding him back from using more power of OFA. So as long as he put up more muscles, he most likely will be able to do that. This to some degree also solves the time issue he has. After all, time shortage is not an issue as long as one punch knocks your enemies out. I got it, Saitama-sensei. Yuta nodded to an imaginary bald man. Under Tiger, he and Izuku both lifted heavy weights, performed high-intensity interval training, and ran long distances through the rough terrain of the forest. Each exercise was designed to build his muscle strength and cardiovascular endurance, crucial for managing the immense power of one for all. In addition to the physical training, Yuta also practiced using one for all at higher percentages. Starting at 35%, he worked on gradually increasing the power output while maintaining control. He practiced powerful punches and kicks, trying to distribute the energy evenly throughout his body. Tiger often sparred with him, pushing Yuta to use his quirk more effectively in combat situations. Meanwhile, the rest of Class 1, they had their own specialized training programs like Bakugo's training revolved around enhancing his explosive power and precision. Todoroki worked on combining his fire and ice abilities more seamlessly. Uraraka focused on improving her combat skills and stamina. She practiced using her zero-gravity quirk in more dynamic ways. Ida's training emphasized speed and endurance. He ran long distances with increasing intensity, worked on rapid acceleration and deceleration. Azui focused on improving her agility and versatility in water-based environments. She trained in swimming with speed and precision, utilizing her frog-like abilities to navigate and fight effectively in aquatic settings. Kirishima's training involved increasing the hardness and durability of his quirk, Red Riot. Yaoyorozu worked on quick thinking and efficient use of her creation quirk. Kaminari trained to control and direct his electrical discharges with greater precision. He practiced target shooting with his electricity and worked on preventing overcharge to avoid incapacitating himself. Tokoyami focused on improving his control over Dark Shadow, especially in low-light conditions. It was hard training, but everyone just zipped it up and did their part. But maybe the most irritating part was making their own food. This was the biggest problem. Yuta, perk of staying alone, knew how to make food, but because he do it almost every day for his smell, that he wasn't planning on doing that. He planned that he will order food from outside on vacation, while relaxing, but this And that was when things went downhill. At night, after doing all the training, a small game was planned for the students from the Wild Wild Pussycats. It was to roam in the forest while other students tried to scare them. As teams started to form, Yuta had a feeling that he was forgetting something really important. Seeing that he was not team with anyone as he was there alone, he thought of going at the last. There was a nervous feeling in him, but upon seeing that nothing was wrong, all the students and even teachers were happy chatting or eating. Yuta kept his calm. He just checked his hero time. Hero time, 15 minutes. The camp was peaceful that night. Well, at least that was what felt. Not to Yuta, though, when his senses were going haywire. Maybe this was an after effect of Yuta having spider sense. He almost knew that something was wrong, with the students of Class 1A and 1B resting after an exhausting day of training. The tranquility of the forest was broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves and the sounds of nocturnal creatures. Of course, there was also that stupid game which needed students to go in the dangerous forest. Yuta wanted to stop that, but alas, he couldn't do anything about it. And that was when it happened without any warning. A series of explosions echoed through the camp, followed by screams and the sound of rushing footsteps. A fire broke out in the forest as the night lit up in blue color. Usually, Yuta likes blue color, but this one was making him nervous. Maybe because he still can't remember anything like this happening in the anime. Was it a side movie or filler chapter? Yuta pondered, but there was no more time for him to waste time on these useless things. What's happening? Yuta shouted, quickly getting to his feet and scanning the area. He saw plumes of smoke rising from a different part of the camp, which to his knowledge, it was the place for the recovery extra classes which those who failed the practical test were taking. Aizawa was there, as he was with those who had to take extra classes who failed the practical exam. Vanguard Action Squad Invasion, this was the group that attacked the camp, but Yuta didn't know this. After such a long time, it was really hard for him to remember everything correctly. Among them there were characters like Dabi, with his blue flames lighting up the night, and Toga, brandishing her knives with a maniacal grin. Though Yuta might only pinpoint them when those major players come in front of him. Currently, though he could only see two villains, who even if he tries to remember, he can't, considering how small a role they play in the anime. I see, so this is when they kidnapped Bakugo. Yuta gritted his teeth as he looked around, quickly making a plan. The Wild Wild Pussycats fought back, but Pixie Bob went down even before the fight began from a sneak attack. Yuta noticed that a man dressed a little like Stain, the hero killer, and another man with a big stick on his hands. Yuta was now torn between where he should go. After Bakugo, after Dabi, help Wild Pussycat here, or go after Toru, as she also went inside the forest. Yuta questioned himself as chaos was happening around him. All the students back off and form a group while the heroes stay to protect them. Yuta was taking a little too much time to make a decision. But upon seeing that the heroes are actually losing, he got ready. No point, I have to help them before others. Their loss means that all the students here will be in danger. Now that he made sure what he wanted to do, comes the question of how. Of course, he can use hero time, but he only got 15 minutes left. He has to use this sparingly. Not to mention, he is entering in this arc half-blind. He only knows that they are after Bakugo, but nothing more. Who are the villains? Is there any other motive behind their attack? Is the canon still going for all the changes he made? Change something? There was many things he was unaware of right now. So he rather save as much HT as possible until his HT renews soon. With a burst of speed, he darted towards the turtle-like looking villain, aiming to disrupt his attack. Though he wasn't using his powers. Take this, Yuta shouted, landing a powerful punch that sent that ninja turtle stumbling back. But he recovered quickly, his smirk never faltering. Well, guess I can't save hero time here. I'd rather take this guy down faster than save hero time. Yuta's lips pursed as he noticed how much others started to struggle against the villains. He can't spend more time here. He has to go and save both Bakugo and Toru. Alright, take this then. Yuta suddenly activated OFA and used Soru, almost vanishing from his place and appearing immediately beside the turtle ninja, giving him a sharp, powerful jab in the abdomen. not only sends him backwards flying, but also completely knocks him out. The punch was powerful to attract attention from others. But Yuta was long gone as he instantly appeared right next to another villain to handle him. Using his boxing reflexes, he dodged the attack and countered with a series of quick, powerful blows. With 30% OFA, he could pretty much one-shot most of the enemies as long as they are not someone who will give any kind of fight to All Might. By the time he was done with the two villains who came, he noticed that Izuku was gone. Thinking where he could have gone, Yuta didn't give too much thought to it. As one of his objectives ended, now he has 3 more things to do. Find Bakugo and protect him. Same with Toru, and lastly, he wants to see what's going on Aizawa's side. Internally contemplating that Aizawa and those other kids are most likely okay, Yuta decided to go after both Toru and Bakugo. They are pro-heroes. It's hard to kill anyone under their watch. After dealing with the two villains who attacked the students of the camp, Yuta rushes inside the forest to find both Toru and Bakugo. He knew both Toru and Bakugo were somewhere in the forest, and he couldn't rest until he found them. Though technically only Bakugo is the target here, or at least that should be the case, but he was just worried about the girl. On the contrary, Toru might have the best chance to get out of a troublesome situation with her quest. The darkness of the night made the forest even more daunting, but Yuta pushed forward. The urge to use his Sharingan for better vision and OFA for more speed was his tempting idea that he was trying to suppress. He only has around 14 minutes of hero time left right now. Using his quirk to enhance his senses could be very costly for him if things went south later on. Yuta navigated through the dense trees and underbrush. Every snap of a twig and rustle of leaves heightened his alertness. The light issue was really a problem here. Why didn't those pussycats put some lights here was beyond him. He called out softly, "Toru, Bakugo, where are you?" hoping to hear a response. Suddenly, a chilling sound cut through the night, the revving of a chainsaw. Yuta froze. There was a sense of danger which suddenly rose inside him. Yuta knew this sense very well by now. It was his spider sense. Though it is a passive skill, but is more useful than even active skills sometimes. Emerging from the shadows, a monstrous figure appeared, and though Yuta never saw the person as his black color works as camouflage in the dark forest, but he could feel the Nomu. Yep, it was a Nomu, and Yuta fully trusted his instincts by now. He acted and jumped away, saving him from getting cut into two by a chainsaw attached to Nama's hands. And I say hands literally as the guy had more than 2, 8 to be exact. Yuta's instincts kicked in. He knew he had to fight this Nomu before he could continue his search. If he was alone in the forest, then he could have run away, but now, if he doesn't take down this Nomu, then maybe the next person he encounters could be students who can't handle this level of threat. Pursing his lips, he got ready. "Damn, I swear if you waste my time, I will rip you apart." Yuta almost grunted in irritation. Steeling himself, he activated One for All, feeling the familiar surge of power. He was ready as Navy 6 style was all under his command at this point. The Noma charged, swinging its chainsaw arm with terrifying speed. Yuta dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the lethal blade. He countered with a powerful punch, landing a blow to the Noma's torso. The impact pushed the Noma back, but it quickly recovered, its regenerative abilities making it even more dangerous. Yuta noticed that although there was no shock absorption like the Noma he fought in the past, but this one also can regenerate. This means he has to do a massive amount of damage before he takes this one down. Yuta knew he had to be strategic. He couldn't afford to let the fight drag on. Not only it's dangerous for Bakugo as the villains were after him, but it was also dangerous for himself as he only had 14 minutes of hero time left. Using his enhanced speed, he maneuvered around the Nomu, delivering quick, precise strikes while avoiding its chainsaw attacks. Despite his efforts, the Nomu's relentless assault made it clear that this would be a tough battle. Summoning more of One for All's power at the small cost of hurting his own limbs, Yuta increased his output to 35%. He felt the strain on his body, but knew he had to push through. With a burst of energy, he launched himself at the Nomu, landing a series of rapid punches. The force of his blows finally caused the Nomu to stagger, giving Yuta a momentary advantage. The idea was simple. He needed a sure sword hit chance. As long as he can get one sure hit on a vital spot, he can win, and that is exactly he did. Seizing the opportunity, Yuta aimed for the Noma's head. He further increased his output from 35% to 40%. And just when the punch was about to connect, he activated the King's engine. Dum 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 dum. Instantly gets a 50% stat boost across his powers, meaning his current 40% became 60%, delivering a powerful punch that sent it crashing to the ground. The Nomu struggled to get up, but Yuta didn't let up. He continued his assault, determined to incapacitate the creature. After a relentless barrage of attacks, the Nomu finally lays still, its chainsaw arm sputtering and falling silent. Yuta stood over it, breathing heavily, but there was no time to rest. He had to find Toru and Bakugo. Hero time, 11 minutes left. Yuta grimaces at this. He wasted 3 minutes of his hero time on this Nomu. Majorly because King's engine increases his HT consumption, technically doubling it. I need to think about using HT now. Yuta purses his lips. He resumed his search, calling out for his friends as he moved deeper into the forest. The sounds of battle still echoed in the distance, but Yuta focused on his mission. Finally, he heard a familiar voice. "Yuta, over here." It was Mina, her pink form partially visible in the moonlight. Relief washed over him as he hurried to her side. "Mina, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but Bakugo needs help. He's further ahead, fighting off some villains," she replied, her voice urgent. "Oh, where?" Yuta asked hurriedly, getting anxious about Bakugo. Mina pointed deeper inside the forest. Yuta seeing this ponder. Should he leave Mina alone there, or should he take her with him? This place was not safe. While thinking, he walks a little further, only for his spider sense to tingling like never before, making his all-scape numbs. Yuta felt something. It was like he almost froze there. Before he could react, his instincts kicked in. He felt a sudden tingle, a sense of danger. He quickly stepped back, just in time to avoid a knife aimed at him. His eyes widened, and he gulped seeing the knife was so close to him. He usually is not so afraid of powerful villains, but a sneak attack or things which he can't react to make him nervous. Because according to him, he can handle a powerful enemy. If not, then at least he can run away, but an attack like this which can kill him on the spot is dangerous. He swiftly turns his head towards Mina, the girl who actually initiated the attack, another thing which he dreaded. When a trusted person backstabs you. Mina's form wavered and then dropped, revealing a cute-looking blonde girl, but the smile on her was anything but cute, especially when she was standing there with a twisted smile and a dagger in her hand. "You're pretty quick, Yuta," she giggled, twirling her knife. "But let's see how good you really are." Yuta's heart pounded. He hadn't expected to face another villain so soon, though at least this one he knew. After all, this Yandra girl, well, it's close to a Yandra, was many people's waifu, believe me or not. You guys are sick. But I approve. She is cute as long as she isn't trying to kill you. "You're not getting away with this," he said, steadying his breath and preparing for a fight. Though he can't remember her name, but he remembers her character well. She is a girl who can turn into anyone, and even like drinking blood. Toga lunged at him again, her movements swift and erratic. Yuta dodged, trying to find an opening. He didn't want to seriously hurt her, but he needed to neutralize her quickly. Unlike others, she was still just like any other 15 or 16-year-old girl. Twisted in mind, but still a teenager. He'd rather not hurt her if possible. "Why don't you just stand still?" Toga taunted, slashing at him with her knife. Yuta parried her attacks, his training kicking in as he moved with precision and control. He wasn't using OFA to deal with her. Rather than power, he needed tact. With years of training, he can take her down. Just has to catch her at the right time. He countered with a series of quick strikes, aiming to disarm her. Toga was fast, but Yuta's reflexes and training gave him an edge. After all, our guy hit the gym before boys were even capable of beating their sticks. He managed to land a solid hit on her wrist, making her drop the knife. "You're good, but not good enough," Yuta said, moving in to finish the fight. He aimed a well-placed punch at her midsection, intending to knock the wind out of her. She made a desperate swipe at him with her other hand, but Yuta caught her wrist and twisted it, forcing her to the ground. Stay down, he warned, pinning her arms to the forest floor. This is over. Toga laughed, a chilling sound in the dark forest. You're strong. I like you, she whispered, sending a shiver running down his spine. Sorry, but I have a girlfriend. God, I'll always want to say that. After that, Yuta tied her up. Getting a rope from his storage space wasn't that hard. He tied her up in rather a lewd way, as that was the only way he knew. I honestly never expected that this skill I learned out of curiosity would really come in handy, but hey, what works for you works for you. Once done, he knocked her out and left in a relatively safe place. After that, he moved out, and soon even found Toru. He rushed over, finding Toru looking worried but unharmed. Toru, thank goodness you are all right. Have you seen others? I was looking for you and Bakugo. The villains, they're after Bakugo. At least I believe that they are. Have you seen Bakugo? What, really? He went ahead to fight some villains. We need to find him quickly. She replied to the earlier question of what's happening and well-being forgotten. Again, the question came, should he bring Toru with him? Pondering, he decided that keeping her close would be safer. If things go south, she can also run away. Her quirk is best at this. With Toru by his side, Yuta pressed on through the forest, their urgency renewed. As they navigated the thick underbrush, they heard the sounds of explosions and shouting in the distance. Unfortunately, this wasn't Bakugo, but instead the dark shadow causing a ruckus. There is he, Yuta said, picking up the pace. Well, Bakugo was still there. It doesn't mean that if an object is not exploding for a few minutes, then he can't be even considered Bakugo. They arrived just in time to see Bakugo and Todoroki standing over Knockout Tokiyami and Dark Shadow. There were others there as well, Tenya and others. But Yuta frowns upon not seeing Izuku there. He was sure that Izuku, after the camp, would start looking for his friends. So where the hell is he? Are you done to me? We need to take down those villains now, Yuta asked. Hey, you stay out of this. I will be the one to take them down. Listen, Yuta, I don't care if you come between my fight this time, then I will kill you. Bakugo shouted in his usual explosive expression. Sigh. Yuta didn't care at this point. As long as villains didn't get their hands on him, it was mostly fine. But just when it was getting a little quiet, they heard noises. Hero Rule 101. If it's noisy, then others are in danger. But if it's too silent, then you are the one in danger. Yuta knew something was wrong, and he soon was proven right when more villains, whom he never saw or remember from his memories, came rushing towards them. Great, finally time to beat some villains. Bakugo smiled like a villain himself, while others also got ready. Another fight broke off then. Using his enhanced strength, Yuta took down two villains with powerful punches, while Toru used her invisibility to disarm another. Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Ida also helped. Together, they quickly gained the upper hand and mostly handled the situation. Oh, where's Bakugo? Someone suddenly asked.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.